Oh, and Phobic, what's going on? And welcome to everyone else. As you can see, since last time, been a bit of progress. I decided to do off-stream just my standard library cleanup, so I'm now in go mode for just going straight to Serenade in secret area. And beating Serenade puts you in go mode for going to BassGS. And BassGS puts you in go mode for going to time trials. So it's a big step. It is a big step in progress, which very happy about. Yo, Overkill, what's going on, dude? Welcome, welcome. Hope you like some Battle Network, because we're going to have a lot of this just now. So, there's some stuff that I need to... Horror jobs, nice. Nice progress. I need to have a look at my folder. And what I am actually going to change. Because I do want to start putting a quote-unquote proper folder together. And I already have a fair number of the pieces, but I'm also lacking some pieces. So before I really do anything else, I want to see if I can... I think I already have a ice stage asterisk, don't I? I want to see how many of my missing pieces I can just put together and how close I can get my folder to a decent shape, especially for PvP after the postgame. Therio, what's up, dude? It is finally here. I noted that I think you've got this as well, right? I mean, yeah, there's a reason that I've started with BN3. I'm not particularly interested in BN1. Like, it's fine, I'm just not particularly interested in it. And I'm really, really interested in BN3. Okay, so... I'm out of rants. Getting another copy of each of the Rattan chips is something that I need to do as well. So I can have at least 3 copies of Hyper Rat in the folder. Other things am I particularly looking for? I don't know if Metagel natively comes in F code, but having an extra... I've got 1 copy of Area Grab Star, so it's not, like, mandatory. How many Elect plus 30s do I have right now? And I've got 4 copies of Invis. I think I'll need at least 1 more Elect plus 30, so I'll just have that just to have it. I don't know if Navi plus 20 is... No, Navi plus 20 is inherently not worth, because it's worse than an Elect plus 30. Yeah, no, what am I thinking? You wouldn't use an Navi plus 20 in this folder. Attack plus 30 is an option, except it's not really, because you'd want your 5 megas to be the 4 Flashman chips and 4 Coast. So, just no to that. That's pretty much all I can buy, so there's some stuff that I just need to pick up in cleanup. First port of call is that I still do need to get a Flashman V2 chip. So I'm going to quickly do some Flashman in ACDC 2. I would really, really like if one of the Team BN guys who is doing the Alpha Omega race would be able to do a library compare with me, so that I can at least have my missing megas listed, and I can then buy a Flashman V4. That would be very nice. Yes, so I want Sneaker, I want Battery in here. So it's an RPG fundamentally. Overkill. There are like a lot of different mechanics and systems at play, but It's basically a crossover between like a turn-based RPG with real-time elements and a deck builder. Basically, what Ferrio's saying, yeah, it's an action RPG with deck building elements. So these Ellie balls you actually can't run away from, no matter how much HP you have. Normally, being able to escape from encounters in this game is dependent on what your HP is for each given zone, but there are certain encounters, such as when you're using an elemental program to force different elemental enemies to appear, that you just can't run from. So it's faster to just brute force your way through the encounters. Plasma 1J. May possibly fit in somewhere if I ever build a Disco Inferno folder. Yeah, the closest thing that there really is on the current market to Batnet is One Step from Eden, which was literally made as a spiritual successor to Battle Network. So I want to get hit a couple of times here to lower my rank, because I'm not trying to go for a perfect fight here. I want to have busting rank 9 ideally. And there's Flashman V2, yeah. So if you get an S rank, you cannot get a V2 chip. I believe you're always going to get either a Zenny reward or a V3 chip. And if you are team style, you'll get a V4 Navi chip. So I'm going to just start looking at what I can just get started with throwing in this folder. You can have a surprisingly good and effective folder just for going through the game, just with what you get going through the normal game, but for Postgame and beyond, it is entirely carried by having Varsword in the folder and just recycling it, and I want a little bit more than that. I could have sworn that I had an Ice Stage asterisk, but apparently I don't. I've only got a Q. That's actually really bad, so I'm gonna go and buy from Higsby then, in that case. I think I can buy an asterisk right now. That's in C! What the f- oh, alright. I'm going to need to go with the guy who has the trade offer then. And he wants a Fire Sword P, I think. I need to go and double check. You can still get Zenny rewards for high rank on on Navi fights, yes, and it's very annoying. Yeah, Fire Sword P. So, let's check the good old notes. There's a particular Google sheet I'm going to need to navigate to here. What am I looking for? Apparently, yeah. Fire Sword P for rank 9 to rank S. Apparently. And Hospital Comp 5 is suggested as the place to go, apparently. So I guess I'm going to trust that. Unless the Team BN stuff has... other suggestions? It's actually not in the Team BN notes because it's treated as you have a better source. Yeah, pretty much just wherever the fire sorties consistently appear, Stereo, really. But if the notes say Comp 5, then I'm gonna go to Comp 5 and assume that it's for a reason, like it's got a higher encounter rate or something. I've still got battery installed, so that's not gonna work. What is that? So, yeah, so to put it simply, Overkill, as simply as it can be put, there are an absolute ton of, oh, here we go, ton of different card effects in this game. Such as this rock cube, which is an obstacle, but then you can fire it for 200 damage. And then your bread and butter chip in Var Sword. So that's an N, that's not a P. Might, like, need an S rank for a P, I'm not sure. But we'll give it some goes. It might not be a waste of time to run around Comp 3 if, yeah, just keeping on encountering them there turns out to be easier, because I think I do still need a Plantman ship. Actually, I should be using bugged sneak run right now. And put the fast gauge code back in so that my turns come faster. So with the sneak run program installed incorrectly, I'm going to have a higher encounter rate, which is good when you're trying to farm stuff. This is a non-escapable encounter. Actually, I could just kill this with an instant charge run. There's a lot of encounters that aren't swordies in here. Starting to wonder if I should be using oil body here. I haven't encountered any swordies yet. So I'm going to try putting oil body on. And this will more or less force me to encounter fire viruses. Totem is fire, but it's not what I need. So if I don't get any swordies in a couple of encounters, I really might just go back to Comp 3. Yeah, there's a lot of mechanics in this game, like Unphobic is highlighting. And a lot of them, kind of annoyingly for PvP, do take some time to invest into. Like, you can't turbo your way through all the mechanics and be ready day one, even if you're a speedrunner. Simply because there is a certain amount of grinding that is required. Like the style changes, if you need a couple of different styles in the bank, or if you need to be a certain style, take a bug style for instance, there's a couple of PvP folder setups that basically require you to use bug style. And that style in particular takes fucking forever to level up. It just takes so many battles to level up bug. I will be, for the foreseeable future, just sticking with custom, which is what I've got now. Custom is, on the whole, by far the best style type in the game, as it gives you bigger hand draws, which in a card game, it's always good to have bigger hands. And that's an F. That's not a P. I'm actually just looking up if people have a suggestion for... I mean, I've got a fight here, I may as well take the fight and see what we get. Is there any? People are also suggesting the DNN computer where you fight Bullman, but I mean, if I'm getting the encounters here, then like, this is fine. I think I can force a 10 by taking damage and getting a double delete. Of course I missed the Varsol. I can also try using collect if I start struggling with finding the correct code, because I do think that using collect messes with the codes that you receive. Data like that is out there on Phobic, but it's kind of sporadic. I don't think that anyone's ever, like, really systematically done it. There's a couple of different sheets I'm referring to, and they're both in different states of incompleteness, you know? Let's not miss the elemental slash input, please. Zenny, lovely. I don't know why I'm even taking these other fights. I've got no idea how big the library is for 6, but 3's is pretty sprawling. Oh, this isn't inescapable. Okay. I mean, that's actually the same count as 3 then. 3 also has 200 as the standard library. Yeah, most of the megas and gigas in this game you just naturally get as a result of playing the game. So I'm actually looking for my hero sword here. Getting everything except what I need. U for 10 rank. He might require a much lower rank then, starting to think. All I can really do in this regard is, experiment with getting different busting ranks. Yeah, that's true. There we are. Actually, I need to be a little bit concerned about my health here. I think I'm going to throw the collect in and see what difference it makes. And I'm not... Now I'm just looking to see if I have the space to... I can do that, but then the others are side by side. Oh wait, no, I can do that. Whoops, I want my sub-chips. Full energy. I believe every chip has 5 codes that are associated with it. So in this encounter here, I will get a Fire Sword reward because I have Collect installed. And the only variance is which code I'll receive. And in theory, it's only going to be influenced by the busting rank that I get. So does Collect influence this now for a rank 9? So I still get an N for rank 9 there. Getting N for rank 9. Have to take this encounter. I already learned that. Yeah, thanks game. Do I have lock enemies? No, I don't. It's the only sub-chip I don't have. That would be really nice to just get some, to get a forced Swordy 2, which I can then experiment with. An N for rank 6 still. Yeah, I'm looking for P on Phobic. Buy a sword P for the trade for Ice Stage. I want to see if I can start messing around with a pseudo manip here. That is actually a good suggestion, Therio. Thank you. Okay, I do need to reprogram, but that is actually a good suggestion. I did overlook that. Actually, no, now that I'm normal style, I'm not going to use the thing. I'm not going to use the fast gauge code. Still need to try getting an S and see what it changes though. I did save that, right? I'm still in normal. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Therio. You're my man. That's my guy. Yeah, I completely overlooked that being in custom gives you different code values. Yeah. So that's an example of that's some data that's missing from the documentation that exists that just like doesn't get mentioned. Like, for a brief second there, like, reading that, my brain was like, why was that? And then I was like, oh yeah, you do actually get different codes for custom S ranking. Like, oh my god. Alright, take your bullshit. Alright. So, thankfully, for the deck that I want to lean into, you don't really need more than one copy of Ice Stage, because you have it regged. It's a bit counterintuitive to not have full cust regged, but you really don't need it regged in this folder setup. And we'll start taking out some stuff to make room for good stuff. You're gonna feel the power of the ramp. Muramasa, I'm going to need to slot back in situationally. I'm making that call right now. There's my grabbing. I still want the Vase Swords in, like, regardless of anything else. 4 copies of Invis, yep. 2 rats. Panel grab I'm also actually going to leave in because it's really not the worst thing in the world. Attack plus 30, I guess I'm leaving in because I don't really have a better alternative. I don't have Flashman V4 yet. And I've got 2 Elect plus 30s. I do want at least one more of these, if I can help it. So, yes, so which chips are making the final cut? Yes, yes, yes. Well, not the final, for the other Vase Sword codes. This is what I mean about, like, even if you just turbo through it, you can't be instantly ready. Having Vase Sword in codes other than F for this folder is very suboptimal, but I don't really have a way to play around that. I just can't get more copies of Vase Sword F right now. Like, other codes, they're better than nothing, but they clash with everything else in the folder. But yes, 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 yes. That's first thing to go. So I need to take stock of my area grabs again. So I have, for grabbing, 3 meta gels, a panel grab and an area grab. That is fine, honestly. The panel grab then is the next thing that can come out at this point. Panel grab is still a situationally good chip. There are people who think that panel grab is strictly a worse version of area grab, and they are wrong. It is situationally better. It's worse in most cases, but it can be situationally better. Next thing that would come out then are the air shots, the copy damage, the air shoes. These have some situational value while they're in here though, so it's whatever. Vase Sword F will be traders, and yeah, the idea is, like, the way that I've done it on actual hardware on my GBA cartridges is I have multiple copies of this game. So I have like one copy which is my juiced up optimal copy, and then I just do playthroughs on the other copies to farm more instances of unique chips to trade over. It's one of those deals where you need like multiple versions of the game and multiple playthroughs if you want to farm unique stuff. Alright, I did say that I ideally want one more copy of Hyper right in the folder as well, so there is that. So I'm trying to have a big think on how this works. Oh. I would need to do another... I'd need someone to trade me another custom too. Right. Although I also can do... Because what I'm thinking of right now is how to facilitate... No! Fuck! That doesn't work because, yeah, I'm wrong. Because I forgot that I need fast gauging, but the issue that I'm having here is, yeah, I do need a second copy of Custom 2 because what I want to be able to put in as well is Rush. Except I do... No, I don't have the space. Yeah, because I'm going to end up putting... Yeah. Yeah, I physically can't make this all fit right now, I don't think. And then that's going to use my remaining slots. Yeah, so I simply need a second copy of Custom 2 if I want to fit thingy in. If I want to fit Rush in for PvP as well. I would need to level up custom style again. Yes, I'm phobic. I'd need someone, either someone trades me it, that's the easy way, or the hard way is I do hundreds of fights to level up custom style again from fresh. There's probably stuff that I'll need from white version, yeah, but I'll need to have a proper assessment, a proper look at it. But this is good to go with for now. This is basically go mode for getting Serenade. The only thing that's going to be in my way right now is oh, actually I keep remembering stuff. There is one chip that I haven't put in the folder yet, which I know that I will want, and I apparently do not have an F code yet. So what does my Plasma 3 look like? I've got a Plasma 3N. Plasma 3F. What's the deal with this? There are no notes for this as far as getting a F-coded chip on one. And there's no notes for F on the TeamBN notes either. However, LE Spheres only drop Plasma 3F in white. Okay, so that's something I need from white version then, yes. There you go. Plasma 3 is part of the deck setup that I'm making, so that's kind of unfortunate. The deck is functional without Plasma though. It's not optimal, but it is functional. Because Flashman is just absolutely absurdly good. So the only thing that I'm going to get walled by here is reaching the Guardian program that blocks the path to Serenade. I might not have a setup that can consistently get through it yet. Triple Bomb P for your Plant Man folder. I think that actually works. I don't think Triple Bomb causes flinch. So I think that is technically usable in a Plant Man folder. It's probably not optimal, but I think it's a filler option if you don't have the exact deck list. Only reason I took that previous fight was because it had a LA globe in it, and I wanted to just see if the game would actually throw me a bone. Obviously, no, but you know. There's also a monolith there, which I've yet to go through. You basically, you don't need any like specific setup for it, but the one in Secret 2 is by far the easiest way to go through it is with heat spread. Prism and heat spread gets through that instantly. So this is right. I might. Oh wait. Okay. I can punch through this. I need to take some preliminary damage. I actually do have everything I need in the folder to get through this thing. It just requires me to be a bit creative. Okay, that is minus 400, so Muramasa now does 400 damage. Did I take Muramasa out? I think I did. I did, yeah. So I need Muramasa in the folder for this fight. Oh, yeah, I've got 5 mega chips. Taking out the weakest Flashman in that case. Okay, technically I have everything I need for this fight now. So, first of all, I need air shoes. I have my copy damage, which yeah I need, but I need my air shoes for this turn. And I'm gonna just continue to throw stuff I don't need. Because now I need my Muramasa as well. And I have a copy of Hyper Rat now, which I'll need for the second one. Yo, what up, Harrison? Welcome, welcome. My best friend in the whole wide world. I think Air Shoes like lasts long enough, but I'm a little scared of throwing. I mean, I've got Folder Back as well, which I'm digging towards, so I'll throw the rats now. This is going to form the PA, by the way. We are besties indeed. You put on my Discord profile, by the way, like, after all, even bester, many years ago, and that's remained there the entire time. I just haven't changed that. And my Muramasa is really eluding me here. I'm like bottom decking this shit. There it is. So. And now this is exposed, and now this I need a Hyper Rat for. So this is where you fold it back. And this is where you fold it back. Still need a 2. And that's that. Sweet. Now the next monolith I actually don't need to go through, but I'm going to do it for the sake of completeness anyway. The well, the monolith here you need to go through, but the next guardian there, I don't need to go through that because it's only blocking a BND with hole, and I already have the chip. I already have my standard library completed, so once this monolith is destroyed, this is go mode for going to Serenade. Flashman is fair and balanced. Just like Fox News. Interesting. Yeah, that's fine though. I don't actually know if this is fine now. Oh wait, no, Flashman will pierce it. What am I even worried about? I don't know why I was worried. That Flashman will pierce through the armor. Again, this is why Flashman is so obscenely overpowered, because there's basically nothing. There's very little it doesn't just hard counter on the spot. And I'm really getting screwed digging for it. Yeah, I've turned off the smooth filter for the actual sprites, but I've yet to do any tooling to remove the smoothing filter from the text. I'm not a fan of it at all. I'm actually going to open with Neuromassive here. These are all... I would have actually... Yeah, I should have used Ice Stage there, but whatever. Yeah, I hate it. I really hate how they look, the smoothing filters in modern games. I turned it off on the Grandia HD collection, and it required me to remove like thousands of files from the folder, but I really hate how the smoothing filters look. This is a port, Harrison, because it has additional stuff such as online multiplayer support, which is really bad right now, but early days, they'll improve it, I guess. Clown face. And the deck that I'm building towards really doesn't require precise timing anyway. This is like, part of the reason that I'm building the deck that I am is it's very powerful and flexible, but it's also very degenerate and doesn't really require a lot of skill to use. Which makes it a lot better when the online is laggy and you can't really do precise inputs very carefully. Oh, missed. Really, game? What the fuck is happening? I'm getting hard-moded, dude. I'm getting fucking hard-moded right now. See, this is an easy way to take care of these little shits. Yeah, moles are the fucking worst. But they also show why the defensive chip Mole is generally the best in the game. Shadow is very good as well, but sword attacks are generally very common. But just having immunity to anything that doesn't actively break or target the floor, like you saw, even Flashman doesn't pierce through Mole. There's very little that Flashman doesn't pierce, and Mole is one of them. Like, I think it's one of the, not one of the main reasons, but it's definitely one of the main perks of Mole over the other sources of invincibility in this game, that it bypasses Flashman. Like, in competitive, you always have to be cognizant of Flashman being in the game. So I want to get hit once here. By the Scuttless. Just trying to lose the HP there, so that I can go into this fight with low HP for a beefed up Muramasa. Thanks, game. That's precisely what I wanted. What a fucking troll. Because these have 650 HP. You need to be able to deal 650 damage, so I need to be 650 under my max HP here. Yeah, the soundtrack in this game fucks, for sure. Alright, just don't fucking heal me after this fight, please. Yeah, the normal internet theme is great. I still need to go back and highlight that clip of me doing the fucking gambling minigame. Alright, so here we go. Yep, so all I need here is copy damage. Just digging through my folder for copy damage and then instant delete here. Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And then Hole, which I don't need, but it's a BMD, I don't want to leave it sitting there. And now this is full go mode for Serenade. There is nothing except random encounters between me and Serenade here. One of the central post-game fights of the game, and I'm going to fucking humiliate it. I have a semi-functional PvP folder here, and it is going to thoroughly humiliate this guy. Let's do it. So, how do you want to start here? Well, I would like a mulligan right now. And just thinking to make sure I don't make a mistake. But I'm very sure that I know what I want to do here. Here we go. Pierces through invis, okay, good info, but that's doesn't really change anything. The Hyper Rats really didn't want to come through there. Alright, so now need to jack out and jack back in before I can do BassGS. Yeah, that took longer than I thought it would, just because I wasn't really getting the draws that I needed. Again, most of the core engine pieces are in this deck by now, but not all of the pieces. It still has some consistency issues since I don't have like the copies of everything that I want. Since I only have 2 copies of Hyper Rat, that's just lower overall odds to see the cards that you need to form at least 1 copy of it in the opening hand. Having 4 copies of it means you can definitely flood with the wrong pieces, but I think like people have ran the statistics on like card draw, and it's simply that the more copies you have of a set of 3 cards, you're more likely to see the right pieces in a hand of 10. Yes, that is a topic that I've never known what the actual canon answer is on Phobic, like Serenade's gender. Like, people have said both male and female because in the game text, Serenade's referred to as the Underking, but then I've seen people say that's apparently a bad translation. So, like, I really don't know. Hell yeah, Cheeky, you know it. And yeah, this is one of the main engine pieces I don't have in the deck so far, Plasma 3. I'm actually thinking that one thing I actually wouldn't mind having in the folder right now is just my standard repair. Because the ice is a huge part of just the DPS that I have, but it's honestly not great when I'm not in Aqua Element, and it's just there on the field and it's hindering my movement. Yeah, like I say, the game text refers to Serenade as male, and I think the only argument that I'd really heard was that apparently that was a bad translation, and like I think someone had said that it was female pronouns in the Japanese release, but I don't know. I don't necessarily like the assumption that because a character is effeminate or they look feminine, that means they must be female. Like, I've never really subscribed to that logic. So let's do BassGS, which is a... Objectively, I guess it's a much harder fight than Serenade. Well, technically, all the Navis are genderless. They're not real. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. How many bug frags do I have? 5. I don't have enough to try the bug frag trader. I was gonna see if I could just like cheat an extra copy of something like Elec plus 30, but no. And then I'll rejig my Navicus once I'm through here. Because I ain't leaving the press in for the base fight. That's silly. In theory, it's a more involved fight, but he's gonna get owned, so... Yep, good, we get an encounter here, so I'm not gonna get one on the way to the fight. What up, Shinsero? No, I do not like to use the hub batch. Minus 500 HP is bad, and there's ways to play around many of the effects that it gives you. Alright, why do I have... I'm not sure why I have custom 7, but it's fine. We can deal with it. That's weird though. Guess I will take a gimped first turn in that case. We'll deal with it. You can... yeah, I don't know. What am I doing here? That is a Gospel Breath coming. It's going for my space, but I'm under the effect of Invis, that's fine. This will break the life aura. Really? Okay, whatever. Still works. That's a garbage hand. Yep, you really turbo out some damage with this deck. Not bad. Still an S rank. Okay, I'll take it. Right, we've got time trials. What's the extra folder that I want to use for this? Definitely not pre-folder A. N1 folder D, I think, works well. Oh, this does have life sword for me to compile though. That's nice. Hello? Whichever the snake folder is, I think I want to go and try the time trials with that. Time trials are super RNG dependent. You have to use preset folders, and it's pretty much just luck of the draw of how you draw stuff, but there are some folders with better win rates than others. Yeah, he's edgy! He's never going to reconcile with Cossack because he's edgy! Yep, so the time trials are active, but I do want the right type of folder. I need to figure out, so why am I at custom 9? Like, I don't know why I was at custom 7 during the base fight. I'm honestly not a huge fan of this gimmick that you have to manually exit the secret area rather than just jacking out. Like, when you're at a gross power level like this, it's just a nuisance. Like, it's not... like, I don't know, it's just a nuisance. I understand that the intention is that, like, if you've just reached post-game, like, oh, this is a dangerous area, you may want to be prepared before you come in here because it's a tough fight to get back, but when it's not a tough fight to get back, it's just annoying. When you can kill every set of enemies on the first turn, it's not, like, a huge thing. Hello? There we go. I think it's this one. No, maybe it is folder C then, because I think I remember it being the scientist, but I also thought it was folder D. Yeah, there we go. So this is the folder that I want to try with, because you get some area grabs, you get some panel outs, and you get some snakes. And this can put in a surprising amount of work. And this is just going to be a matter of brute forcing, doing the attempts and getting the draws that you need. You don't get deleted if you lose these fights. So like if you get a fight that you just can't really take, you can just let yourself die and just restart. But these time trials are also much easier if you have fast gauge in the Navis. Like, I think people really complained about the difficulty of these time trials overall, but a lot of those people just didn't have fast gauge. So like, yeah, I'm not surprised that you were struggling with it when you essentially have like 30% of the turns that you should have in these fights. So final check of my Navis. And also means that I'm going to be taking these fights a little slower than normal. Like, these are time trials, but it's in-game time, where the game does not count the time that you spend on the custom screen, like deciding what to do with your hand. It's only once you actually start the turn that the in-game timer progresses. Oh! I'm an idiot! I don't need the fast gauge code anymore because I have the program installed. That's why I was custom 8 for base, because I was putting the code in which gives you custom -2. Alright, whatever. Let's get started. Bubble Man. What a fun fight. So how do I want to play this? Damn it, it's not what I was trying to do. Being heat is also far from ideal in this. Still not dead. That didn't even put him in critical. That should be fine though. Good. What's up, Boobles? Okay, so first try on Bubble Man. That's honestly one of the harder ones. Beastman, this should be relatively trivial. actually use Cannonball here. I will unapologetically pause scum for these, because these fights do not fuck around. Cool. 10 seconds for Flashman, so this basically requires you to do it, like, first turn, near enough. Which, this might actually be... No, I'm not thinking. Certainly helps. Yeah, fuck Bubble Man, dude. 6 seconds for Flashman, okay. Thanks, game. Dude, I'm getting fucking hard-moded. I'm just throwing this fight. That was a really bad start. That was a fucking garbage start. I guess I shouldn't neglect in this one that I do also have my charge buster since I'm fire. Piece of shit. Oh my god, this is a nuisance. Just grab me, dude. Should have just done that earlier. That felt like forever, but I don't think it was 40 seconds. Okay, good. Flamman could be interesting with the torches, though. What the fuck is that noise? Apparently that's not coming through on the mic because the noise gate is doing its job, but there is a fucking high-pitched screeching noise where I am. Shouldn't have held on to my custom gauge like that, but whatever. Yeah, I've got no idea what it is, Phobic. Cool, it's almost like these aren't that... Okay, I say these aren't that difficult. Drillman, however, what a fucking miserable fuck this guy is. Alright, I'm probably gonna have a bit of a cheesy solution to this. This is one where I should be using my charge shot, actually. Okay, next pass, if there is a next pass. I've got my snake pieces too early here. Now what I'm waiting for is that phase where, and I can't really wait, I've got to kind of assume that I can just go now. You fucking dickhead. Can I just do this actually? I can do that! Okay, that works. That actually works brilliantly. I actually didn't twig that I could just do that. Okay. I was waiting for the phase where the three holes open simultaneously, and you own him like that. Where he's hiding inside the hole. Ooh, this one could actually be annoying. Although my projectiles that I'm just throwing, they are actually going to be pretty good here. Don't know if this is going to work. Okay, good. I already did this one, right? Yeah, that was Bubble Man. Alright, I don't think there are any others dotted around Area 1, so I think I just move on to Area 2 now. I should have actually taken that fight for a potential Ratten 3. Whoops. Metal Man. Bit too early, but whatever. Not what I need. I might just run out of time here. Yeah. And these are gonna... So that's the first one I failed just because I didn't draw what I needed. Lol. Cool. Better start though. Really, game? Thanks. And once again, although this might be enough firepower, nope. Bet I've failed the time check there again. Oh my god, this is so cool, dude. I love RNG. Thanks, game. Oh my god, what a troll. Alright, we've got to stay in that spot. Fuck it, that's a fail. Just fuck this! And now it's gonna take ages to die as well. It's literally gonna be faster to just actually win the fight. What a joke. Like, yeah, now my draws are perfect. I mean, that's what all these are, Unphobic. It is entirely a fight against RNG. It completely removes the tactical and strategic deck building aspect, and it's just entirely about here's some preset decks. Can you get good enough RNG to do this fight in time? That's literally what this is. Can't believe I'm fucking that up so much. This is probably another wash. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, not that. Well, again, if the time is good enough, that's fine. But again, it's just I'm not getting the draws that I need. There we go. Barely. Like, Jesus Christ. Thanks, game. Appreciate it. Gutsman, this should be easy. Gutsman does your job for you in this fight. He breaks your panels for you, so... He's just a dumb fuck. Okay, easy. Surprise, surprise, the bosses with low HP are generally easier. Even though you have barely any time to do it. Like, it's obviously meant to be scaled around the more HP they have, the more time you have to do it, but I don't know. This could be an awkward one. Actually, this is probably going to be fine. I've got time to wait until next turn, yeah. I don't think the pawns block this. Yeah, no. That should have been fast enough. That took longer than I thought it did, but it was still fast enough. Oh man. 45. This should be... I mean, it's 1300, but this still, I think, is pretty generous. So he's always going to start with... Oh, he does go to... Alright. Still not have any power-ups. Oh, that was occupying the slot. Nice. Yeah, this is probably going to be a wash then. Just, again, not getting what I need. Time that I need it. Unless I just have something that I can finish with right now, yeah. And hopefully that's fast enough. But I did a lot of waiting there. Wow, that was a lot faster than I thought it was. That didn't feel that fast. Yeah, I don't know. The Navi names in this game, like, you say Bowlman just sounds dumb, and Japan Man is the stupidest localization that anyone has ever thought of. It's fucking dreadful. There was nothing wrong with Yamato Man. Japan Man is just the fucking dumbest name ever. Yeah, something like Samurai Man, yeah. Anything other than fucking Japan Man. Like, what the fuck? It's so shit. Here he is. Here's your boy. Here's Japan Man. 1800 though, this is... Oh dear, I remember this being not very friendly. Thanks, game. Thanks, game! Okay. Should I just throw this right now? I think I just throw this. And now I wish there was emulated. So that I could just speed it up and just die really quickly. But yeah, I really fucked up the start there. Yeah, and the alpha symbol with the font doesn't... It looks... Yeah. It really doesn't work with the new font. That's pretty much ideal. If this doesn't kill, I can't really get a better setup than this. That's more than enough though. Now it's just whether the time was enough, because I did have to go through my whole deck for that. Hell yeah! That's great. Okay, good start. Dude, come on. Thanks, game. That's great. This is probably not good enough. Oh, and the bat's occupying the panel. That's even better. Thanks. Yeah, this is probably a wash. Yep, just don't have the power. Just kill me. Oh, that's annoying. Not what I was intending, but that's fine. Actually got the hit there. This is too early to have all of my panel outs. These are just wasting space now. And I'm already in danger of dying. And where the fuck are my snakes? Should be fast enough. I think it's just Proto Man now. And this should be a good deal easier on the whole. Because, yeah, he likes going to the back. Although, he does like also... Okay, I have to be a bit more tactical about this. Yeah, just kill me. I need another start. This will actually need some decent RNG in the order that I draw stuff. But there is a strategy for dealing with this. Nice action, Protman. There's a nice tactic for dealing with this, I should say. What I need is my panel grab first. tank it. Why do people think these are hard, dude? Why do people think these are hard? I mean, they're tough, but man, only a few failed attempts, and only because I got like really dreadful RNG. Like, there is so much wiggle room for dealing with those. It's really not as demanding as a lot of people think. Yeah, they're not using snakes, and as I noted, they're also not using fast gauge, is the big thing. You just get so much more time to deal with stuff. Right, so if I save now and go back to my title screen. 4 stars. There's not that much that I can actually do now until someone who's already done Alpha Omega on Team BN is able to library compare with me, so that I can buy my missing mega chips. The main thing that I can really do right now is form program advances that I haven't already formed, and work towards filling the PA library. I can't complete the PA library until I'm able to do the Omega Navis, but I can make some progress towards it still. Yeah, they're huge variance in quality, for sure. Pre-power is locked behind Omega Navis because you need either Kingman, Bullman, or Mistman V5. Team 1, Team 2, and one of those Navi chips. Few that I can make right now though, that I haven't already made. I've already made quite a lot of them, but there's a few that I have not. So, oh yeah, no, use. Thank you. In fact, I should just use folder 2 for my PA shenanigans. Look at that shit, dude. All right. So, everyone's favourite noob program advance, even though it's honestly not that good. Master style, haven't made this yet. Haven't made Duo Hero and 2 times Hero. I don't know off the top of my head on Phobic, but it's a pretty decent number. I'm going to just go to AC/DC 1 to make it super easy to use these. It's a few, yeah. An annoying number of them are the ZPAs where you need like a bunch of chips in different codes. Like I'm not a fan of those, honestly. Boy, it's so fun having alphabet soup folders. Hope that slash was already... I'm pretty sure I put a slash of B in there. Yeah. This is how people like play these games, having an alphabet soup folder, and they're like, oh, why am I getting owned? Why am I so weak? Because you don't have any draw power, dude. Alright, before I just completely fluff this, I do want to check what the order is for Duo Hero. Oh, it's... Oh, I can't make either of them. It's Varsword that I'm missing. Yeah, because it's still in my primary folder. That's fine. Yeah, I'll do that. Next fight then. I'll just continue with making Master Style. Like, yeah, it's so fun just being able to take one chip per turn. Really great folder flow. But yeah, this is such a bad PA to take online. Yeah, I'm gonna dedicate 4 of my Mega Chip slots to these bricks, these garnets that don't do anything unless you have all 4 of them in the hand at the same time. Like, very sound strategy. I'll replace that later. No? Hello? What the fuck? Really unintuitive doing that sometimes. Precisely unphobic. So for Duo Hero, it's custom sword, Varsword, and Proto. And then for 2 times hero, it's the same thing again, but slasher at the start. Wow. 5 card draw with this folder? That's unprecedented. I'm actually getting through the folder pretty quickly with this. Can't use Bolt. Oof. Man. Slasher customs also broken up. And then all that does is 2 additional hits of the previous PA. It's the same damage, it just does 2 more hits. It's like, it's so not worth it. Alright. So, let's take stock. Yeah, I've done 17 PAs. Need Z Cannon 2 and 3. Z Punch still, Z Step 1. I need all 3 Z Yo-Yos. I need Z VAR actually, I can probably do right now. Yeah, I can actually do Z VAR. I love waiting for encounters. It's like, it's the same fucking thing, because you're gonna get like 2, like, so put this into perspective. Like, granted, you're invisible during it, sure, but you're using 3 chips to probably be able to use 2 elemental slashes, when you could use 3 chips to use 3 elemental slashes. Like, and you should be under the effect of invis while you're doing that anyway. It's like, it's not even a fucking upgrade, dude. It's legitimately not even better. Right. Okay, let's look at what I can actually make. So I don't think I can do... Oh, I can do Z Cannon 2 now. Okay, I'll go back to using folder 2 for this. I need N Cannon R to be able to make that. I've already done H Burst. Haven't done Bubble Spread or Heat Spread. I can get the chips from the doghouse for Heat Spread at least. Life Sword is... It was in whatever extra folder I had, I think. But I'll just do Z Cannon 2 for now. Some of them are, yes. Like, my folder that I'm building uses multiple copies of Hyper Rat. Oh, I didn't switch to folder 2. Like, Hyper Rat's pretty decent in my opinion. It pierces through every aura in the game. The only thing it can't pierce is Dark Aura on holy panels, which is not very common. What am I doing, dude? Oh, I think I have all the high cannons though. Didn't see that. Alright. I can go and try and get the chips for heat spread. We'll periodically save here because using sneak run in here, you're either going to get spikies that are going to drop what I need, or you're going to get Beastman, which I don't want to deal with. I mean, Beastman's not hard, but especially with the... Oh yeah, I should actually have folder 1 on again. Cool. Zenny, lovely. My favourite. Should have just taken a hyper right there, but whatever. Make sure that doesn't help my cause. Time to put the old collect back on. Fuck this. It's so dumb. Well, let's just get this guy out of the way then. That was hard. Hello? Where the fuck are the encounters? What the hell is this? That was really bizarre. Maybe this is another case where I want to be in not custom style. Thanks, game. Come on, the encounter rate's not supposed to be this low. This is kind of ridiculous. Come on, how do I not get a single encounter with a full sneak run? Fuck's sake. What up, Gary? Welcome to the stream. Batnet Bonanza, which is not as much of a bonanza for people who aren't super familiar with the games, but I like him. Dude, why am I not getting a single encounter? I have a suspicion that what I want to try for is S ranks without thing style, without custom style on. Which means I shouldn't be moving around like that. I'm looking for just general heat shot, heat V, heat side chips in the same code. Preferably the J code, but just in the same code. Okay, so heat shot J. So that I can form heat spread. No, I should be looking at my path. So, ideally I need a heat side K right now. Or, hang on. I've basically got I've got as many heat chips as possible without being able to form the PA. That's really nice. Because I can make it with either heat shot V inside of the same code, or the same chip in 3 different codes. And I can't form any of them with what I have right now. That's super convenient. No. Yeah. I'm gonna go check Higgsby's chip order as well, just in case one of them happens to be what I need. Don't think it will be, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. No. Double checking again the spread that I have. What up, lurking off? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, this is fucking annoying right now. See what the good old Doc has to say. Well, apparently for a heat shot H, I just want to aim for a lower busting rank. Yeah, I apparently just want to aim for low rank in general, so I can do that. I can fuck up the fight. And it depends whether you want to consider this retro Mega Man, I guess. Most Mega Man games are retro by this point. It's kind of a retro series. It's synonymous with being retro. Okay, so just get a low busting rank apparently. I think that's what I need. Yep, that'll work. Very good. And so, for completion's sake, I'm going to go back to secret area then. To take care of the one Guardian pylon that I hadn't done already. Because heat spread and prism is precisely what you need for this. a bit of a run to get there. I've already done that, remember, on Phobic? We already did that. I'm just going to do the one pylon in this area that I haven't already done, because it requires a pretty specific setup to be able to get past it. This one here. I have to temporarily got my folder for this. Yeah, okay. Turbo taxes with prismatic blaxes. I'm pretty sure I don't need a grass stage, but putting it in anyway, just for complete insurance, complete safety. There's base Omega later, but I can't do the Omega Navis until I've done pretty much the entire rest of the postgame. Yay. And that HP memory, definitely need. Now I can go to Undernet 7, go to all the places I wasn't able to before, and I can get the final HP mem of the game and be at maxed capacity of 1000 HP, unbuffed. All those fucking noobs going online with the 1000 HP memory code and the Navicust. Now I've just fucking got it unbuffed, no programs. This, I do wonder if I'm actually going to be the first person on Legacy Collection. I mean, there'll be people, especially in Japan, who've like been putting serious hours into this game, but the Team BN guys who've done Alpha Omega at least, I don't see why they would have gotten 1000 HP, done all the optional stuff. They've been avoiding optional stuff for Alpha Omega Progress. But I don't know anyone else who will actually have the native 1000 unbuffed HP yet. So it's pretty cool. Fix my folder while I'm out here as well. So I want my VAR swords back in, and 2 invises, I believe. Yeah. I hope that I'm going to be the first. Yeah, for sure. Again, I don't know for certain, but I don't. know anyone else who has 1000 HP yet. I do have an unlocker, don't I, before I... Yeah. Okay. So I think I'll need that. Technically, I haven't maxed the virus breeder, but for my purposes, it really doesn't do anything. I don't think there's any like in-game metric that depends on you maxing the virus breeder. I don't have the Omega viruses in that, but they're not going to do anything for me. Hopefully this sneak run will last me all the way to Undernet 7. Don't think I actually had Guardian yet either. That's nice. Pretty sure there's not a fixed encounter here, but you never know when you'll need to save just for safety. And on the other side is the curtain, which I believe this one has the HP men behind it. I think this is an unescapable. There it is. 1000 max HP. Cannot get any more stacked than that. And then there is one more pickup to get here. Something that I imagine lots of people playing this game have thought, oh, I wonder what's behind that. I really wish I could get past this door. But you need to beat BassGS to be truly strong to get through this door. And you get some stuffs. And this is also one of the only spots on the Undernet where there is a third level. Like you've got the red floor for the bottom floor, the blue for the high floor, and then you've got the green floor for the really high floor, where green is only also in Undernet 5 for just a little bit of structure. But for this, it holds one of your biggest gimmick items, which I will probably want to build for a second gimmicky PvP folder. And you get Gig Folder 1, so that you can put a second Giga chip in your Navi cust. And I'm also going to shrink this. Pretty beefy part, and it's purple. It is the only purple part in the entire game. And make it a little easier to slot in. And yeah, I've already shrunk the badge. I think I've shrunk everything that I have that actually can be shrank right now. Yeah, I've done Tango and Beats. And yeah, here's the old thing where, yep, I just need a blue custom 2 part so that I can actually have Rush in without clashing with this yellow part. It's a shame. I'm pretty sure there's no way that I can finagle that.
yeah, like even doing that, it's still gonna conflict there. Like, and then this is conflicting with that. Just not really a good way to do this. Yeah, just can't make it happen, I don't think. Because I can't have this in the middle, because then it hits the remaining pieces, so yeah. Just can't make it happen right now. I think there's simply no way around needing another custom tube. And yeah, I can just jack out here, I don't need to manually run back from this. And then for my other gimmicky PvP folder, I would need to level bug style so that I have Dark License is the other required piece. So you need to be in bug style so you can equip black pieces. You equip Dark License and Gig Folder 1. Use the error code remover to resolve Gig Folder 1. And then you're able to have 2 Giga chips and use Dark chips, so you have Folder Back and Dark Aura. And you have Dark Aura regged. And having Folder Back in and of itself is like not okay for balance, but being able to have another Giga chip on top of it, it's... What were they thinking? Okay, so 20 PA's done so far. But can I really not form Gut Punch right now? Oh, there. B, C, D. Well, I do know where to get Gut Punch GMDs, so I can actually go and do that right now. Yeah, I mean AC/DC pass. Like, I say this as though it's something I don't have control over, but I do. Yeah, I thought I may get an encounter on the way to the teleporter, that's irritating. But yeah, you can get easy gut punches by untrapping the GMDs in Yoka 2. Like that. But D, I'm pretty sure, is one I've already got. And, oh, yeah, D, E, F. There we go. Now I just need an encounter. I should just jack out and jack back in, but I'm too committed at this point. go. Yeah, I need to look up the actual gut punch combos again. Step 1 I was missing, that's right. So a step sword N I could really do with, apparently. What does Higsby sell? Q will work as well if step sword comes in Q. There you go. Ugh. Like, yay, that's helpful. See, cannon 3 I need. Yep. I've done this stuff. Oh, evil cuts! That's one thing I completely forgot about. I'm just gonna check the PA FAQ. Step sword, hero sword, and step cross P. So I don't have a step cross P then? Where do I get that? Trade over from white. Lovely. So that's going to be on the back burner. Still need bubble spread. What? Oh, there's poison. I thought I didn't have poison ferro there. Okay. Let's refer to the FAQ and just scroll through, see if there's any that I've blatantly missed. So there's Z, Z2, Z3, yep, cannon, Z punch, Z straight, Z impact, Z variable, the Z yo-yos, which I am missing right now, Z step 2. So I've done all the Z's except for no, I haven't done Z cross, sorry. But then special ones I'm missing: bubble, spread, life sword. I haven't done life sword. Which extra folder was it that had life sword? It's one of them. Oh, also, yeah. Yeah, this one actually has bubble spread in it, so I can do bubble spread now. Okay. That's nice. Alright, no Russian phobic. And probably one of the ones on Hades that has life sword. So we're gonna check. Nope, not that one. Yes, it was this one. Okay. M1 folder A, yeah. Not gonna risk doing it in there in case I run into Drillman beta. That would be very silly. Got the right folder equipped. Once again, alphabet soup, lovely. Whoop! Ooh, made a polar? Nice. What'd you make, dude? Got any shots or anything you want to share from it? I need an M cannon R, ideally. Rank 9 S. Oh, nice, dude. Very nice. That, like, hair bow is in, it's actually wearable as well. Like, proper size. And I'm going to assume that I need to have normal anyway. Waiting game with getting the drops you need. Jeez, game, come on. This is why you really want to maximize the number of your staples in your folder, if you can help it. Like, why was that so hard? Time to get another needler, lol. LOL. Fun. You really haven't missed anything on Phobic. There we go. And you came back just at the right time to see me finish getting my end cannons. Oh no, it's too hard to dodge him. I actually had some frosted flakes earlier as well, yeah. Very good. Excuse me. So, PA library actually getting close to decently full. Pretty much all the Z's except for, oh, I did do Z Step 2. I think that's all of the Z series except the Z yo-yos I've done then. I've done Bob Sprout. Haven't gotten Evil Cut. I've done Life Sword. I've done Element Sword earlier. Oh, I haven't done Gel Rain. That is a very good point. What do I have to work with? So, currently, I can go find them in Internet 7 and get a like custom S rank. Which I think is going to be my easiest method. I'm going to stop to get more sneak runs first. I may as well just go from... Well, no, it's not. I should still go from Scilab. Virus locations, and I'm pretty sure it's going to tell me that Slimist... Yeah, Undernet 7. Undernet 7 with fish equipped. That's custom. Didn't need to cut like that. Could have just held down. Maybe not. mean, yeah, this is just gonna kill. Fuck! That's not how you get a... That's not how you do a custom S rank. You can't use Navi chips. Yeah. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. We still have a method. Still figure this out in my brain. Right. Need to... This isn't going to be elegant. But I think this might be the best chance that I'm going to have. Get the heat spread back out. This is not going to be elegant though. Damage on Plasma 3 is like 90, but the problem with using Plasma 3 for this, if that's what you're thinking, is that it's multi-hitting, so it won't simultaneously delete. I need to get a S rank without using Navi chips, and I'm only going to get an S rank with a triple delete. Not really, no. It basically has to hit on the same frame. And that's exactly what I needed to do. Yeah, this game's pretty strict on what it considers to be a double or a triple delete. Oh, those are my twos. Excuse me. Gel Rain is honestly such an underwhelming PA. Alright, let's see if I can be a YOLO Swag Lord. Haven't hit that like ever. There's something that another thing that I feel like a lot of people are not aware of in this game is that when you're being hit by a time-stopping attack, like that area grab, it stops time. At the moment you take damage, if you press left on the D-pad, it cuts the damage in half. Which has tons of applications for PvP as well. Granted, with this PvP system, where it's so laggy, I would say good luck trying to land any of those. But you can cut your damage taken from time-stopping attacks in half by pressing left as they are landing on you. 26. Giant Time Bomb, Rain Gel. Momquake. This is another one that I can now do. Completely forgot about Momquake. Two rock cubes and Godstone. Hell yeah, dude, that's what it is. That's what it's all about. Hey, it actually prevented the ratties from moving during that. That's interesting. I actually hadn't really noted that before. Bodyguard. I think I've already made Bodyguard, but I need to double check. Yeah, I have. Made 500 Barrier. Made Big Heart. Got Shoot. Fury Row. And Pre-Power is the only other one I'm missing. Yeah, so I'm only missing Z Yo-Yo's Evil Cut and Pre-Power, I think. So I'm almost done with what I can actually get done before almost finishing the post-game. Yeah, 3's post-game is huge on Phobic. It's one of the reasons that I think this is the best game in the series. Alright, has anyone in Team BN I'm just asking in Team BN if anyone can help out. either way, it's been very good progress. And to say that it's a humongous post-game, and it is, but like 16 hours total playtime, I'm under like 17 hours, and I've been going pretty slowly and doing as much as I can optional, but just knowing the game like the back of my fucking hand, this has been a generally pretty fast process. So yeah, the only star that I'm missing here is the Mega Library, which I need someone who's already completed the game to do a library compare with me, so that I can see which ones I'm missing, so that the game will let me buy them from Higsby. But to that end, that means that I am going to need some more Zenny, and that is something that I can do now. Like, I may as well get this done now, since I'm honestly running out of things to do at this point. Also, what up, Grey Wozniak? I do see you there. We're just in full flow, seeing what we need to still get done in this. There's not too much that I can actually do at this point. I'm starting to get locked by, progress locked by certain things that just have certain prereqs attached to them. But one of the things that I can do, as I said, I do need more money. And a very consistent way to get cash in this game is to untrap the green mystery datas in Secret 1. And they always have a pretty generous amount of Zenny inside them. And none of the encounters in this area should force me to take them, I don't think. Please? Nice game. That's pretty not good. I should actually take this fight. Ah, damn it. Doesn't matter. You're not dead. Because the yo-yos, I am missing those for PA completion. So I need a yo-yo 3P, ideally. Any notes on this? P is the only rank that doesn't have notes on, which indicates that it might be version locked. I fucking hope not. But I can also get M and N, which it says just get generically high ranks for, which might be normal style only. like, it's funny you say that, Therio, because that's the one complaint that I do have about 3's post-game, that you get to do the Omega Navis once, and then they're gone forever. In my opinion, once you've beaten the Omega Navis, they should just replace the Beta Navis. That they become the new random encounter in their locations on the net. Like, I'd love to be able to rematch the Omega Navis infinitely. And the fact that there's no rematch mechanism for Serenade or Base Omega. Like, the fuck? Like, BN2 got that so right, where you have Base just start appearing as a random encounter in the World 3 area. And Serenade, in this game, you get the storyline fight and the Omega fight, and that's it. You only fight Serenade twice in this entire game. Yeah, it's not ideal, in my opinion. I'm gonna go until I'm out of untraps here and then take stock of what my Zenny is when I go and refill them. But this should be a very decent supplement. Really? How did my input not go in there? This is why you don't just do single inputs, you mash your inputs. It's not a very good habit, but sometimes it's the only way to play when you can't buffer stuff the way you want. I mean, yeah, generally in the respective Battle Network games, Base should ideally be the strongest refightable fight in the game, in my opinion. Like, whatever is the strongest form of Base, that should be like the ultimate regular post-game refightable thing. This should be the thing that is tuned around testing how well you are playing that game's set of chips, and do you have a really good setup in this game. Wow, 0 encounter. So probably only 1 encounter on this visit. Doubt I'm going to get an encounter before I get back to the portal, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Having like 2 versions simultaneously appearing. That's the other thing. Something that I've seen in like certain, you know, like ROM hacks or mods, what have you. talking about, oh, I want to be able to fight Serenade, I want to be able to fight Bass. I want to fight them together, dude. I want the ultimate fight in this game to be Serenade Omega and Bass Omega and whatever the fuck else in the same fight. Not Alpha Omega itself. Like, no, I'm not fighting anything with Alpha Omega. That's a silly idea. Excuse me. I don't know why I took those chips in that order. Not paying attention. Pretty sure O was what I already had. Or was it? I need to check, but I'm pretty sure I already had an O. Yeah, got multiple. Do I have an untrapped? Yeah, so this is my last visit. Je suis très fatigué. Probably get an encounter on the way back here. I think I'm good now, right? I had O and P, right? Oh, no. That's right, P was the one that doesn't have any data for, so I need an M now, ideally. It's something I can work on. It's progress. I'm closer to having that P8 now. And the other yo-yo viruses, they're not hard to find. There's areas where they're common encounters. It'll happen. Yeah, so definitely fills up my Zenny amount a little bit. Let's fix the folder again. Okay. That's right. Wait, what did I... What? Guess I'm taking out copy damage. It has no utility in PvP. And ironically now, for my pseudo folder stacking, I would rather have a good chance to draw my Flashman chips than my Var swords. Yo, Terra! What's up, dude? I do still need to compare, yes. I was just about to take a break to do some PvP before someone was available to do a compare, but I desperately need one, dude. How many people finished Alpha Omega last night, by the way? I am not that drastically far off. I've got most of the Mega Chips. I'm just lacking Mistman and V4s. And I've got most of the PAs done already. So if I can get the missing Megas, and then get the couple of PAs that I'm missing, I'm virtually in go mode to then just go Omega Navis and then go and beat Alpha Omega. So if you can fix me up, lovely, dude. Region is America. Does it need to specifically be America? I can't just do worldwide? Issues. Okay. Well, here we go. Giga 8, this guy! Oh my god! 18 gigas. Oh, this is one thing I was wondering though, Terra. Did anyone who finished Alpha Omega last night, does anyone have 1000 unbuffed max HP? Has anyone collected all the HP memories? Because I was wondering if I'm the first person to do it. I'd imagine there's probably players in Japan who've been going super hard. But, hell yeah, dude. Thanks. And I can now go and just buy these from Higsby, right? I think. Oh yeah, missing Zeus Hammer as well. And Meteors. And Poltergeist. What? How am I missing Poltergeist? I can just go and get that. It's... what? Too much Zenny? Oh, so what you're saying is none of you guys did Gamble Manip multiple times like I did. You're telling me that you didn't just do the same Manip and get it to work more than once? Weak, dude. Plus, I've just spent a while untrapping in, Oh, I can ship order grab back K as well. Okay, yeah. Lovely. Ship order. I struggled to get Gamble Manip working a bit as well. So what I did was I had, after a little bit of trying, I managed to get up to the 64,000 reward, and then I just backed out to get that. I was like, okay, I want to just have a chunk of money to play with, and I want to be able to come back to this and still play the game without clearing him out. And... oh, boy. So where's grab that? And then... yeah, I ended up trying the full game for ages and just failing it and failing it and failing it. Where's the kid who does... am I right that they're in the school? I feel like they are, but... hospital lobby. Okay, yeah, thank you. See, Terra actually knows this game. I'm always like, oh, I'm the best at this game and whatnot, but when it comes to actually knowing a lot of the minutiae detail of where exactly everything is, Terra's your man. Don't fucking listen to me. Like, if you ask me, hey, Draco, where do I get, like, X thing, or like, specific thing that's not related to specifically completing objectives quickly or going fast, I'm probably going to be like, I don't know. Sarah? Are you... This is where I get grab back K, but... Okay, ignore Terra, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay, okay. I'm gonna Google. MMBN 3. Zeus Hammer trade. Where is Zeus Hammer? Zeus Hammer is at Hades Isle. Okay. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Where am I going? And then Jennifer's in the yeah, it's coming back to me now. I do remember this. That's pretty cool that you can literally just chip order to trade for a mega chip. That's some good shit. Or is she in a different one? Fire one. So, the internet lies! The internet always lies! The internet only ever lies. Alright, so. Yeah, all of those. So, yeah, I'm missing the Z yo-yos, the evil cut. I do still need a step across P from somewhere, and pre-power, which I will get in postgame. And then as for the megas, meteors, which is a bunch of bug frags, or I can presumably now I can just buy from Higsby. Then there's all the V4s. Oh yeah, I'm missing Beastman V2 still, and Bubbleman V2 technically, but yeah, I can buy these. And then Mistman. Oh yeah, I didn't actually go fighting Darkman in Ultimate 6. What was, Terra, what was everyone's rough time finishing? Because my in-game time, I'm at exactly 17 hours now, and I've been going slowly. I've been doing as much optional stuff as possible. I haven't been, like, you know, like, reading text and, like, watching cutscenes and stuff. But I've been going out of my way to do as much optional stuff as I can. Insofar as you're able to in this category. Because you need to do quite a lot of stuff. But as I said, like, I've got all the HP memories. I spent absolutely ages doing bug frag farming. I've spent at least 1,000 bug frags so far. 15, 20 hours, yeah. So we're roughly in the same region then. So I am just going to need to go back to Secret 1 and do some farming. Also, that improves my actual PvP deck, because Flashman 4 is one of the main pieces I was missing. So for my actual PvP deck, the only thing I am missing right now is Plasma 3, because I need someone with white to trade me 4 copies of Plasma 3, essentially. Plasma 3F. So I'm not going to do any of the Giga Chips, but I still need to buy quite a few of the Mega Chips, so we've got a few more visits to Secret 1 to do right now. And yeah, lack of crossplay, I am hoping that they do implement it later. And before I forget, I'm going to replace my attack plus 30 with Flashman 4. It's the only viable choice. I've got 5 mega slots, I'm not replacing full cust, so it's full cust and then the Flashman chips. Means... Terra, this is the generally agreed wisdom for fold stacking, right? Slots 2, 3, 4, 5? and 6? Or is it 2 through 5 are the magic ones for drawing as often as possible? Means I think I technically want reverse, because I think 2 and 3 are the most common, right? I actually don't remember the... In 3, reg is swapped, so 2 on. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When you have something regged, does that mean? And I forget whether it matters where your reg slot is. I've currently got my reg in slot 1, but I'm sure some of my old notes for the folder stacking manips said to have stuff regged in like later slots. Like I had for my old alpha manip, I had invis regged in like slot 28. So basically, as long as I've the chips that I want to see most frequently, such as like this works. If I want to see my Flashman chips on my folder back, then this like works pretty well. And fair enough, that makes sense. Like, yep, that's getting multiple. Giga in top 5 causes a reshuffle, and is that starting from 2? So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If it appears within 6. Slot 5. So that's nothing you can directly control with how you format the deck then? So custom +1 can top deck without reshuffles. Maybe I just don't understand how the game handles, how the game logic decides when to reshuffle then, or change what you're going to draw in the hand. Because I understand some of what you're saying, but some of it is not making sense to me. Yeah, my understanding of the shuffle bias is simply slots 2 through 5 are like, if you want to see stuff more often, put stuff here. That's basically the extent of my understanding. Hit me. Another O, dude, come on. I'm trying to get a lower rank so that I can get, I think it's an M that I still need. Which, oh, this is a perfect time, Terra. How complete are the notes that list not just where the viruses appear, but what ranks you need to kill for specific codes? Because I'm pretty sure the Team BN notes are incomplete. There is a separate Google Sheet that I've been using that's been maintained by someone else that has been giving me information that I have not gotten from the Team BN sheet. And it has reliably gotten me some important code drops. But like, it's 2 different sheets and they both seem to like cover holes in each respective sheet. Like the Team BN stuff has stuff that the second one doesn't. Oh, so the full drop tables have just been dumped. Am I just using the wrong Team BN Google sheet then? Oh, it's a paste bin. Okay. Let me link you the This is the Team BN sheet that I've been using, Terra. And this is the quote-unquote other sheet that I've been using. I know it says old, but like, man, I don't fucking know what the newest is. I will definitely take the link though, thank you. The notes. BN3 folder. You do not have access. Please! Yeah, I think I need to make a permission request for this, right? Do I? Oh, okay, no, I apparently need to double click. Alright, there we go. And I'm going to bookmark this. Is that gone? Yeah, okay. So I've got that bookmarked at least. What up, Mega Man Dragonoid? Welcome to the stream. I was about to start flagging and come back to this later when I had what I needed to get to go mode, but I am very, very close at this point to being in full Alpha Omega go mode. So I think I need to just power through. Thank you very much for the relevant tab, Terra. Let me pull that up in its own tab. I love how it's just the notes. It's very good. So this is kind of what I mean, Terra, that even when I'm looking at the link that you've just sent me, and if I like go to yeah, if I go down to like the yo-yo chips, for instance, they don't all have published data on like they don't all list here's the busting level that you need for this. Yeah, this is, for what it's worth, this is something that I'd be interested in helping to clean up if you guys want help with that. If it's just a case of somebody needs to pull up Prof's, thank you. Someone needs to pull up Prof's paste bin and just do the laborious work of, you know, putting all the data in. I will do that for sure when I have some free time. Email. Yep, I will do that just now. Thank you, dude. Okay, there's my email. Do not sign me up for any dodgy stuff. If I start getting emails from very strange services, I'll know who to blame. I do. So I had... It was not at the forefront of my mind needing to worry about how S Plus worked until I was farming for Fire Sword P, and I wasn't getting any luck with it until, incredibly slow in the chat here, Mr. Therio said, hey, why don't you try doing it in normal style? Maybe you're in custom style and it's ruining it. I was like, I completely forgot about custom S ranking. So then I just did a normal S rank and it worked and I got Fire Sword P. And then I needed to do the same thing for when I was getting Gel Rain. Went to Undernet 7, was using Fish to get my Slimist in Metagel 3U. And I was like, oh, okay, so I just need to S rank, I need to triple delete. So I used Flashman for a triple delete, didn't get the right code. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I remembered, oh, you cannot use Navi chips for a custom S Plus rank. Whoops. So then I decided on using Heat Spread to just get a triple delete without using Navi chips for that. Man, custom ranking is like, it's... One of the minor complaints that I do have about this game is that if you want to solo all the progress, like, the Alpha Omega crew yesterday, the only reason you all managed to get it done as quickly as you did is multiple people working together. Because if you want to completely go solo, no outside help, I mean, in the first place, that's basically impossible since you need to trade the other version exclusives, but even discounting that, why am I taking this? I've already got video going on. You're so limited by, you need custom style for the custom S-rank stuff, you need team style for the V4s. It's like, I'm not a fan of that in BN3, honestly, considering how long it takes to style change. It is a real fucking nuisance, honestly. Yeah, I ended up using the bug frag trader to complete my normal library. Like, I did all my pre-Serenade stuff offline. So, like, on Friday, my stream was doing all of the story. I started the game and I got up to completing the story and unlocking secret area. And I had like 101 standard library at that point. And then offline on Saturday, I did, oh my god, I didn't use Untrap. Offline yesterday, I did all of the pre-cleanup to be in go mode to go to Serenade. So I completed the standard library basically. And that included me getting to 195 in the standard library and having like 360 bug frags. And then I just cleared out the bug frag trader. And it actually got me all of the stuff that I needed missing from the standard library, minus Airshot 2, which literally 199 standard library, Airshot 2 is what I was missing because I hadn't gotten it the entire time going through the game. It's a 1 in 8 chance from the GMDs in Beach 1, and I hadn't gotten it the entire game. And then even when I was farming for it, I had to check like 40 GMDs before I got one. I was like, oh my god, someone please help. And I did put a trade request in the Team BN server for it, and then I got it 5 minutes later, so I was like, alright, well, I'm just deleting that request. I knew about GMD rerolls back when I like tried to actually run this game for when you reset after a GMD in ACDC 1, so you get some guaranteed Zenny from 2, for instance. I know how the system works, but wasn't still familiar enough to actually be able to apply it in this case, in Beach area. So I was just like, man, I could take the time to read up on this or ask someone to explain it again, or I could just go for a 1 in 8 chance and just farm it until I get it. So I was like, I just went for the 1 in 8 chance. Yeah, it's really cool to like have consistent minutes down for them, and if I actually want to run this game seriously again, it's one of the first things that I'll be looking at. Like, knowing exactly for the start of the game how to maximize my odds of taking something playable with the Zenny route. And I mean, you say that, Therio, but again, it was 1 in 8 odds and it took me over 40 tries to get one, so... On paper, the odds may not be that bad, but in practice, it was not very friendly. Excuse me. Oh, did you just keep getting Zenny? Because, okay, first question, were you consistently S-ranking? Because if you were S-ranking, then yes, it is a 50% chance, as far as I know, to get either a Navi chip reward or a Zenny reward from S-ranking in BN1. Yeah, so in that case, you lost 14 coin flips in a row. That's pretty incredible. Yes, it can, yeah. People have confirmed that you can get base from the BN1 trader. And of course, since it's the BN1 trader, it has the additional cheese factor of it doesn't save the game when you use it. So you can save scum it and get what you want without throwing away your entire pack. Like, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with the BN1 trader. I'm honestly surprised they didn't patch it for this Legacy Collection. it's just ridiculous that you can save scum it like that. It's literally the equivalent of like playing the rest of the series on an emulator and using save states to farm the chip traders in the rest of the series. That's exactly what it is, except it's native in BN1. By the way, folks like Terra and Therio, etc., am I seeing any of you folks at SGDQ? I will be on the way. I'm flying over to the Americas for SGDQ, but I don't actually know who is and isn't coming from different communities. Yeah, I was honestly pretty disappointed the entire time that I was dumping bug frags into the trader. I didn't get any V4 Navi chips. It made me wonder if they'd, like, remove that, if you couldn't get them anymore. Because I did over 30 trades and I didn't get any V4s, and those were the bulk of the megas that I was missing. Oh man, that's a shame, Therio. Is it just, like, financial stuff isn't really working out right now? Yo, what up, Andy is hack. So, I will be completely honest with you, dude. The only reason I'm already on BN3 is because I started on BN3. I've played through BN 1 and 2 so many times, and BN 3 is my favourite game in the series that I'm just, you know, going hard on BN 3 from the get-go. I will play through BN 1 and 2 at some point, but BN 3 is my primary interest, and I want to get this all cleared as fast as possible, and I want to be doing PvP in this game. So, ironically, I want to do this early because I want to do PvP in BN 3, but because everyone else seems to be playing the games in sequence, I don't have anyone to play with right now. I've only been able to get a handful of online PvP games because no one's fucking playing the PvP. Because presumably everyone's playing BN1 and BN2 right now. Yeah, I'm just over 17 hours in, and I'm honestly nearly done with the game. I've done Serenade, done BassGS, done the time trials, and I'm right now just going to be finishing my Mega library so that I can then unlock the Omega Navis. So I'll be doing the Omega Navis very shortly, and then all I've got to do is complete my PA library, which PA library itself is already nearly complete. And then it's go mode for Alpha Omega, and then it's all the content in BN3 done. Yeah, Standard Library, Mega Chip Library nearly done. And PAs, I've got almost all the PAs listed. Pre-power, the only one that's actually pre-rec locked. Oh, they don't enable Bustamax for time trials? That is actually so good! Terra, you should have caught my time trial run here. That's one thing I'm interested in. With people doing the Alpha Omega race yesterday, how did people fare on the time trials? Like, how long did it take people? How much resetting did people need? Because people like Therio and Unphobic will back me up here, or you can watch the past broadcasts and you can see I did most of the time trials first attempt. There was only a handful of them that I needed more than one attempt on the fight for. And it was mostly because of just really bad draw luck, but for the majority of the time trials, I did them all first try, no problem. Because they're honestly not that hard. Just make sure you, yeah, Snake, the N1 folder C for Snake, and make sure you have fast gauge in the Navicust, and it's just not a problem. Like, if you have a draw of 10 and the Snakes folder, you honestly need to misplay a lot of them pretty badly in order to not get them first try. Yeah, like when you have custom 10, or custom 5 rather, and fast gauge, and you have the right folder, you, funnily enough, have much better odds to actually do it. Like, it's supposed to be a massive RNG fest, but when you remove most of the RNG, it's just not that hard. I also did pause scum them. Oh man, I 100% would have loaned out my custom 2 if anyone had asked for it. I'm really sorry if that would have actually helped anyone out. Like, obviously I've been using it, but for the sake of, you know, contributing to the Team BN event, I absolutely would have loaned out anything I could have if somebody had asked me. But I've just been playing parallel to everyone else, and I was watching the stream, but, you know. So, sorry. I apologise. And offer still stands for I will definitely help anyone who is still going to do Alpha Omega who wasn't able to do it right now. If anyone's going to start it, and if they need help with it, like library compare or loaning out parts or chips or whatever, I will absolutely do that for people. I have not been trading away stuff. Like, didn't untrap again. I haven't really lost any unique chips. I've chip traded some duplicates of stuff that I've got, but I have made sure that I haven't lost any unique stuff. And yeah, that's... How did Fat Kid get Gut Style? Was he just using Buster Max the entire time? Was he like, oh, I know, I'm gonna use Buster Max and I'm gonna go so far ahead of everyone else. Oh, Gut Style. Like, is that what happened? Or was he just finishing stuff off with charge shots, which everyone knows not to fucking do? Because that's how you get Gut Style. Oh, this thing has 10 HP, I can kill it with a charge shot. Hell yeah, I'm saving time. Yeah, there's barely any fights that actually contribute style points, so I'm assuming that he was killing stuff with charge shots. So, I was really disappointed when I maxed custom and then I had enough fights to start getting my second style. I did so many fights with a bugged sneak run for bug frag farming that I was convinced that I was going to get bug style as my second style. And it was Shadow. And I was like, what? I'm pretty sure, like, per fight, bug is weighted more heavily if you fill the prerequisite right. Like, if you play with a Navi bug, whatever you do is pretty much going to count as a bug point, right? So I couldn't understand how I didn't get bug style for my second one. I did so many fights with bugged sneak run. It does, yes, but playing with a bugged Navi cust also gets you a lot of points for bug style, I thought. And I wasn't using invis on like every fight. On those fights where I was playing with the bug sneak run, I wasn't using invis because those were the fights where I was using the reflect custom code. So I actively was avoiding using invis for those fights because it doesn't let you reflect shots. But I mean, I got Shadow Style, so I must have done more to get Shadow points than bug points. Yeah, I think everybody, casually at least, always gets Guts as their first style because it's just such an intuitive thing to use the Buster. Like, if you're a first-time player, you're not going to know how to build a strong fluid folder. So you have very little folder power, you don't take many chips per turn. The Buster is the thing you have constant access to. So it's very natural that most people will end up getting a lot of kills with the Buster, and that really leads you into getting Gut Style. I can definitely confirm that as a kid playing BN2, Gut Style was the first one I got. Yeah, and then series veterans, like you're saying, Therio, like, it's basically not possible for me to play BN3 and not end up with custom style at this point. It's just so natural to get custom style when you're playing the game, quote-unquote, well. When you are building a fluid folder, lots of asterisk chips, reducing the number of codes you have in your folder. If you're taking like 5 chips per turn pretty consistently, it's very hard to not get custom style. So, fun fact, Andy, I paid for the entire Legacy Collection. I've got both volumes of the Legacy Collection, but I'm probably just not going to install Part 2. I'm just not very interested in 4, 5, and 6. BN3 is one of my favourite games of all time, and BN4 is one of my least favourite games of all time. To this day, I find it genuinely really impressive that Capcom managed to concurrently create one of my favourite games and one of my least favourite games. That's very difficult to do. Yep, honestly, the closest you can get, Therio, is extensive RNG manipulation at the start of the game to make sure you get particular drops, like shockwaves, dash attacks. Like dash attacks and Met Guards, obviously you use those to make a Guts shoot, if you're so inclined. But yeah, BN1 is for sure the worst. And then ironically, by endgame, BN1 has the potential for just the most generic folder building. Hey, here's my folder setup, it's got 10 hero swords, I'm so original. Because apparently that's something you can do in BN1, just have like 10 of a chip. And nothing's a mega chip, so the only limitation is on Navi chips, because they thought those were the most powerful. Even though Hero Sword is a thing that exists in the game, and you can have 10 copies of it. And of course, it's impossible to talk about generic and degenerate folder fluidity in the BN series without bringing up, hey, I'm playing Mega Man Battle Network 2. I wonder what code I'm going to play with, and which program advance I'm going to abuse for the entire game, including the postgame, because it kills literally everything effortlessly. There's a reason that Mega Man Battle Network 2 was a ROM hack that was made to inject some actual variety into the game, so that you're not just G-coding everything. So I don't have a PvP setup for BN2, but if my current emulated file with everything done in BN2 still exists, what it will have is a blower setup, where I ended up just having copies of the blower chip and tons of Fire plus 30s and grass stage, and it's honestly kind of disgusting just pressing one tornado chip and blowing away a boss with 2000 HP. Pro tip, Planet Man dies very, very fast against blower. So it does base 20 damage, you can have 4 Fire plus 30s, so it's base 140 damage. Against wood, that's 280, and then it does 8 hits. And then if grass stage is on, you can boost that first hit to 560. Oh my god! Get owned. That's a decent amount as any, but I'm gonna need more. I've got nothing left! That's gonna be me if I invest this Zenny right now. Ah, it's one of those attacks then. It's like a tree bomb. Yeah, BN2 has... I'm not entirely sure what the property is in BN2, but it's the class of attacks that are projected projectiles that hit a target every frame if they're capable of doing so, such as a tree bomb on a prism, or a var sword into a prism, which is exactly why that is the any percent degenerate strat. Hey, you could use Gator, which stops time and potentially wastes time every time you use it, or you could just throw a tree bomb into a prism and instantly delete everything. I hope that got clipped. There we go. Was that streamed and did someone clip that? Because I really want to see that. Oh, epic, dude. Please, yeah, please show me that. I will stop short of calling that a rookie mistake, because I wouldn't expect rookies to know about that property in BN2 and which chips are susceptible to that property, but oh dear, that is such an awful way to wipe. I hope he saved just before that. Like, I hope this wasn't just a, oh, I'm going through the game and I'm not going to die to anything because I know exactly what I'm doing, so I'm not going to save. Like, that would be so brutal. I've been saving so much through this, and I am as overconfident as it's possible to be when it comes to this game. Like, I have taken... The entire time I've been playing this, I've taken one legit death, I think. And it was on the, White Monolith in Secret 3 on the on the 20th battle, and the only reason I died on it was because I completely misjudged when my invis was going to run out. So I just stood there and took a hit because I thought my invis was going to soak it, and it just didn't. And then I was like, man, why doesn't this game display a timer for when your invis is going to run out? Yeah, BN2 is a really broken game. Like, people say BN3 is a broken game, and it kind of is, but it's not mechanically broken in the same way that BN2 is. The most mechanically broken thing in BN3 is the, like, the damage value overwrite that you can do with projectile chips. Such as, you can literally one-shot Alpha Omega if you want with a shake chip by just, popping something like air shoes whilst it's in flight, and then the shake's going to do 3000 damage, because I don't know who on the dev team decided to write attack values on damageless chips like that, but get saved into the same buffer zone. And that is why normally when you throw a projectile chip like that, you've got that weird thing where you can't use another attack until it lands. Like, it's got a big delay before you can use another action. That's literally the reason for it, because otherwise you run into that glitch. But if you take damage, then it resets that delay, and then you can use another chip whilst that projectile is in flight. And then it overwrites the damage value, and then it does different damage. And then for some fucking reason, someone at Capcom in their infinite wisdom decided, this damageless chip, it still needs something written into the damage value, but it doesn't really matter what the damage value is because it doesn't deal damage. So we can just write whatever. I'm just going to put a really high value in for a laugh, and then, whoops, that you can actually copy over to actual attacking chips. That's kind of special. Alright, let's check this out. I'm watching it. It's gonna have the audio as well.
Finally, Aqua Ball shows itself.
This is... Oh, dude, he has a win! The worst part is he has a win here as well. Cutman has 80 HP. You've got Bobblers, you've got Airman, you've got Invis, which you didn't put on. Bro, like, you won the fight. How did you throw this?
Oh wait. Oh man!
Oh my god!
Hold on. What did 1,000 damage? Did Cutman? Did Cutman stack that to a...
How do you throw that situation? So that is a prime example of why, in a game like this, you always just make the best play possible. Whatever your hand is, you should be looking at the hand and trying to evaluate what your strongest play is, and then you make that play. You don't try and be cute. I don't have any protection up, but I have Invis in the hand. I'm going to use Invis so that I don't get fucking wiped by something like that. Like, oh man, that was something. I mean, the thing is, Therio, I'm not just talking about something I don't know anything about. I'm speaking from experience here. I have definitely died to not making the correct play because I thought, I don't need to do that. Like, whatever, I've won. And then you just get paid back for it. The thing that always comes to my mind is, back when I was like first running this game, I learned the hard way about enemies being able to be between panels. Specifically, the fight where you go back to Undernet 3 during the ranking quest to fight Beastman. You get a fight directly after that where you have to fight like a couple of cannons and a Fishy Omega, I think. The Fishy Omega goes super fast. And I was in a situation where the Fishy had like 20 health left. And I had an air shot, and I was like, oh, okay, so I've won. It's like, you know, I just fire this and it kills it. And I managed to hit it on the frame where it was between two panels, and it took no damage. And then it flew right into me and killed me. Because I assumed that I wouldn't need to move because I killed it. And then it just didn't die. And it goes so fast that I had no time to react because I wasn't preemptively trying to move after firing the air shot. And I was like, oh. Okay. Like, that's incredible that you can, like, hit something on the frame where it is between two panels and it is basically invulnerable. That's quite something. Yeah, I totally understand that, there we go. I'm just, when it comes to this game in particular, I am a nerd, and I am always looking at, like, what is the optimal thing to do, and I get a lot out of seeing people play quote-unquote optimally in these games. It really butters my biscuits. Do I have enough Zenny to finish here? I don't know if I do. We're about to find out. I think I do, actually. Yeah, it looks like I should. Oh, nah! Maybe not. No, no way. Back to the secret area. Oh, nearly. Nearly there, though. Nearly there. Yeah, for sure. There's definitely the factor of, once you're familiar enough with the enemy patterns, stuff shouldn't really be threatening in the first place. Like, even when you're looking at, like, speedrunning the games, for looking at single-segment speedruns, in my opinion, BN1 is still one of the more difficult single-segment speedruns, just because you play with so little resources in one, and the later virus fights can be so dangerous that even when you know exactly what you're doing, you can get deleted surprisingly quickly. Like, when you're running with 200 HP, and a lot of stuff in the endgame kills you in one hit, if you don't get an escape on turn 1, you can get in some surprisingly nasty situations. When you have like dynamite viruses that are placing stuff that goes in your zone and then points in a random direction, and then there's quake viruses that hit all adjacent panels, you can very quickly run out of room for maneuver. Yes, Unphobic, fuck Bubbleman. Bubbleman can fuck off and die. I'm very much looking forward to embarrassing Bubbleman Omega in about 20 minutes. BN1 is fine. It's just that it very much suffers from being the first game in the series, if that makes sense. Like, the following games in the series did very well to build on the things that BN1 was missing. BN2, you can start escaping from battle. Fights in general got tuned for a constant HP pool. Like, the fact that right now 1000 HP is what I have for the entirety of the time I'm jacked in. And a lot of the fights, that they're tuned with the damage output to be around that, so you can take more regular damage rather than just get nuked. Whereas BN1, it's you have full health at the start of each fight, and so the fights are tuned to be much more explosive, and you take a lot more burst damage. And then the result of that is, when you're in a speedrun and you have barely any resources, a lot of stuff actually kills you in one hit by endgame. But even just in this game, there's more borrowed power mechanics that allow you to keep up with stuff like that, even if the game was tuned that way. Like, you have the Navis code for HP plus 1000, so it's like, if you want a huge HP pool, you can have one through the game. Alright, I'm 99% sure this is enough Zenny. That's the thing about BN4, it does have its share of cool stuff. I agree, I like the emotion system, I like the counter system, I like the synchro system. I just hate everything else about BN4. It's an offensive game to me. It's offensively bad in like every other way. I just, oh my god, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. There's that one screenshot, let's play of it on LP Archive, which perfectly summarizes my, it's like watching myself summarize my feelings on the game. Mostly because the narrative is just absolute fucking dog shit. We're there. We're there. Right, what's the code I do? I'm gonna double save just in case that was weird for some reason. We're there. Alright guys. Gonna do it. If anyone just wants to post fucking list of, like, yeah, I know where, I'm trying to get a list of where they are all located. There we go. Lovely. Alright, let's get started. Oh. I'm not ready. Yeah, Flashman V3, if you have him available at the earliest point, yeah, that's pretty brutal. And that's why I actually waited until the post-game to put the beta Navis on the internet. I, like, basically didn't touch anything until post-game. Where the Omega Navis are, Terra, but I've got it now. We're good. This is it. This is what everyone has been waiting for. It's what I've been waiting for. Let's have some fun. Boy. I wonder what's going to happen when I press this button. Certainly will, Terra. Thank you. Oh, these things have armor. Like, oh, don't need to care. Again, Flashman is completely fair and balanced. It's like... what do you mean this chip is overpowered? I don't see what you mean. I think it's totally fine. So Terra, as you know, I really want to do PvP online in this game, and after seeing how bad the actual online performance is, the netcode is just really bad, it's borderline unplayable, it actively made me decide to switch to using Flashman as like my primary folder build for online, because, my god, I'm not fucking dealing with how bad the online is. Do the thing. Not that thing. Oh, fuck it, whatever. I would say Tango is still the definitive, yeah. If you want the actual best experience. Now we're just getting started. That was honestly not very good. 34 seconds. Yeah. Alright, who is the better Flashman? We shall see. I'm the better Flashman. Yeah, the first thing I did when I booted up Legacy Collection was remap the controls so that I had the same bindings as what I actually have always used when I play on emulator, which is up, down, left, right on the keyboard. Z is A, X is B, and start and select are enter and backspace. And then L and R are A and S. Those are the bindings that I've always used for this game on emulator. Alright, see you after Therio. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Hope you have a good one, and I'll catch you soon. I wonder if the sneak run is going to last until I reach Beastman, actually. No, just about. Rats! What am I thinking? Pretty fast! Oh my god! And I love that the Omegas actually fire hyper rats. It's a really nice detail. I should have taken them the other way around, the area grab first, but that's fine. Imagine getting a counter kill on a mole. Imagine it. Should be stunned until dead now. You mean I gotta use the press path here? I'll actually do Metal Man on the way back as well. Oh my god! Oh! Wins! With the raid, thank you so much, dude. You gonna play this game? You gonna play this game? You gonna play this game? Please, tell me. Tell me it's happening, dude. Tell me you're coming back to the best game ever made. Well, it's not the best game ever made, but it's the best GBA game ever made. Have it on your... Oh my god, it's got it on his deek! Oh! You're playing Switch version then, I assume? That sounds like a Physicale thing that you've got going on there. We're doing Omega Navis, dude. We're doing end game stuff, and then I'm not able to do all the PAs because I've got the chip missing. Feels fucking bad. But we're gonna just own things. These are made of water. This kills water. So wins. If you've never seen top fucking deck building in BN3, this is what it looks like. It's degenerate, it's not fair, it takes no skill, it's incredibly potent. Have fun, dude. You press Flashman and you win. You put Ice Stage down, you press Flashman and things die. Yo, what up, Ice? You've come into the best part of the stream. The Omega Navis. This is literally the peak of the game. Hardest fights you'll get, best fights you'll get. Before, oh, these things are gonna get fucked. I think this is just 370. Yeah, they just die. Kinda doesn't matter how much health they have. Alright, this prick. I'm gonna enjoy this. Yep, I've been fucking turboing ice. You think I'm playing casual games over here? This is serious stuff, dude. Not the friendliest draw, but we can deal. It's fine, but... Yep, so here we go. Now he's in bullshit mode. There you go. Who needs Flashman, dude? Saying I wasted Flashman as if I need that shit? Come on. I did redo my Navi cust, right? Yes. So we're good for Metal Man. Well, okay, so I did have Help Ice. My good friend, Batnet Overlord T-Terra J was just here, and he did a library compare so that I could get my missing Mega Chips. After I did some Zenny farming. Because you do need a lot of Zenny if you're going to buy stuff. Navi chips cost quite a lot of Zenny. I probably spent close to 500,000 Zenny. This takes a lot of skill. I don't know if it bypasses Barrier specifically. Barrier, I think, just soaks whatever first hits it, but it bypasses a lot of protection, yes. It bypasses Invis, which is the most common form of invincibility you'll find. The only thing it just flat out doesn't pierce is Mole and Shadow. Actually, no, don't use foldback yet. Yep, BassGS is done. I'll be doing Bass Omega when I get to it though. Are any of these in... No. Just checking to make sure I haven't missed any super obvious ones. Okay, DNN. Let's go to beach. There's a few of them in the same place. And then Plantman's in hospital comp as well. Plantman bypasses invis, and Plantman also pierces. That's the other thing about Flashman and Plantman. They pierce armor. Like these things, they have armor, but Flashman doesn't care about it, and so does Plantman. So it's the fact that it's an effortless, you press A, time stops, they can't counter it, and they just get owned, and they get stunned for multiple seconds. Both Flashman and Plantman are grossly overpowered in this game. Oh, whoops. Lol. It's fine. So I'll do turn 1. You can trade chips online in this game, yes. I believe it's still cross-play locked, but you can trade. And what Terra did with me was a library compare, so that I could just see what chips I'm missing from my library and buy them from Hixby. Actually, no, there's no reason to not just double bar sword. Wind and puffball is actually a surprisingly nasty combination. Lol. Takes a lot of skill to do this. It's not that it takes skill to do this, but it takes quite a lot of effort to just make this folder.
and to put all the pieces together. That's a disgusting amount of damage for just pressing A with a Navi chip. Like, it's unconventional to not have your reg chip be focus, but it makes perfect sense with this folder. Well, hey, Andy, you know what they say, dude? Third time's the charm. Apparently it's true. Alright, Mistman, first time I fought this guy in this game. Actually, no, that's the wrong order. I mean, it's definitely not a bug that lightning attacks deal double damage on ice stage. It's completely intended. So, I guess it would be more appropriate to say they rebalanced it for 6 if they did indeed change it. Cool, cool. And then Desert Man is in the van outside. Oh, Kingman's also in the DNM building. Right. I mean, it's gonna be fine.
whoops. Yep, always just waiting for the moles. More Metagels would kill them quickly, but it's fine. Speaking of which... get owned. At least not in the way though. This is actually a win, I think. Oh, no, they take different amount of damage. Actually got hit by something, wow. I took a hit from an Omega. I'm just digging here. There's my, yeah, bottom deck, my fucking folder back. Yeah, 300 damage from just taking one hit. Like, these fights don't fuck around. You can't afford to just like stand there and trade hits with them. Oh, whoops. They're already pretty fast, considering how much you need to do in them. Like, Pletty, last time I looked, had the world record for Alpha Omega, and it's like 8 hours something, I think. Which I think sounds about right with just how much you have to do. The Alpha Omega TAS is like 4 hours long, and that manipulates just getting absolutely everything you need from the bug frag trader. Always a sketchy maneuver to do that. Yeah, the NOs are always scary because that does pierce through invis. Always start off scenario grab on Kingman, first action you should take. He is getting a lesson in the power of wrath. Exactly. Great. Because how this works is when you take these chips together, when you put Rat 1 and Rat 2 and Rat 3 together, the enemy gets a lesson in the power of Rat. When they get hit for 500 damage. Which in PvP, assuming you have the maximum amount of HP possible without installing extra codes, will kill you in 2 hits. That is the power of Rat. Yeah, Kingman will use Plan B if you stick to the back row, which changes the configuration of the pawns. And he'll also use Checkmate after a while, which isn't a checkmate. If you stand in the wrong place, it's a checkmate, but if you stand in anything other than the central spot, it doesn't consistently hit you, and it's very dodgeable. And Mega Man Dragonoid. So the sword skill is using Elemental Slash with Varsword. Varsword has a period where instead of just pressing the A button and using it, by holding down the A button you get a period where you can put in button combinations to change the effect of the sword. And while you have the A button held down, if you input B, B, left, down, up, it changes it to Elemental Sonic Wave, which is 4 traveling waves of 160 damage, and they have elemental affinity. So Against any enemy with an element, it does 800 damage, since one of the hits will hit their weakness. And if Ice Stage is down, the Elect Wave will also deal double damage. Now this guy is not going to get a lesson in the power of Rat, since he has armor, so instead we're just going to keep abusing Flashman piercing through armor. The button combo is, I will put it in the chat, whilst holding A, B, B, left, down, up. If you are on a controller, that is honestly not too easy to do. Part of the reason that I'm able to get it consistently is because I'm playing on a keyboard, and it's very easy to do the inputs on a keyboard. If you want an easier one to do, there's a tri-slash combo, which I think is left B, right B. Or it's like B, left, right B. It's, if you mash them in that sequence, like if you hold A and then just do like B, left, right B and alternate with B in the directions, you'll get the tri-slash. And a lot of people go for that because it's easier to get than the elemental slash combo. Speaking of, like, I don't know, I just do it. I'm just very used to the muscle memory of doing elemental slashes. What is that? Yeah. Thanks, Unphobic. The power of Rat! Plantman will get a lesson in the power of Rat. Just, I can't use it against enemies like this that have armor. And I still need to go back and... Unphobic, send me a DM on Discord reminding me to go back and highlight the Gamble Minute thing, please. Otherwise I'll probably just forget after I'm done streaming again. Ah, sure. Ooh, okay, need to wait for you to move. That might still fly towards me. Oh, he might not get a lesson in the power of Rat at this rate. Yep, no lesson in the power of Rat, actually. Just don't have enough copies of the cards in the deck to make it a consistent draw on command. While I'm here, I may as well go to Hades to get Proto Man. Ooh, I believe if I don't keep Proto Man actually consistently stun locked, I think he could just decide to use Delta Ray on me, which I think that pierces Invis as well. I don't think it kills from 1000, but it will be a heavy fucking hit. Lower level of Hades. And I'll need to use Press here, yeah. I mean, it depends what you mean by good, Ice. Like, it's not as flexible as Flashman. Like, it doesn't just hit through everything, but a PA that just does a flat 500 damage and it tries to home, like, it's a very solid hit. It's just very solid, and when you're looking for filler chips in the F code, there's not really better options to combine with Flashman. It does 500 damage, that's a pretty heavy hit. It doesn't cancel the stun caused by Flashman, so the fact that it's F code and it doesn't interrupt the stun, it just synergizes really well with Flashman. Plasma and Rat are the main things that you use in a Flashman folder for consistent damage output. Like, Flashman itself is consistent damage, but if, for instance, you know that the opponent has anti-Navi up, so you can't use Flashman, your next best thing is Raton and Plasma. And Varsword as well. If you have 4 copies of Varsword F, then, like, obviously it's like, just, it goes in. White absolutely has its place. So I'm big into the like competitive aspect of this game, playing competitive PvP, and the only, well, not the only, but the biggest reason that White is just not on the same level as Blue, it doesn't have folder back. If you are playing competitive in this game and you are not running folder back, your deck is wrong. Folder back is in a like, there are standard chips, there are mega chips, and there are giga chips. Folder back shouldn't be a giga chip. Folder back should be a hyper, what the fuck is this chip chip. It is so far above every other chip in this game that it should be in its own category. It's ridiculous that folder back is in this game in its state. It's the most powerful chip that's ever been published in this series, in any of the games. I would take this chip over anything that any of the other games have to offer. It's just disgustingly powerful. And when White doesn't have access to folder back, that's a bit of a hard sell. Like, I absolutely agree that it's not good for the game, it's incredibly unhealthy, but if you want to maximize your win percent and be at a competitive advantage, you have to run this chip, which means you can't play BN3 White. If you don't have access to folder back, you fucking lose. It's as simple as that. I mean, Melee Fox is like, Fox is the best character in the game, but he is not busted in the same way that Folderback is, not by a long shot. Probably at some point on Phobic. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do, like, right after. Like, honestly, I just want to play PvP, dude. I just want to play PvP. If I can just get online and find lobbies with people, I just want to do that. Obviously, my deck is not perfect, though, so there is work to be done in that regard. Ooh. Couldn't be me taking hits. Ooh, that's going to be a counter kill. I'm going to get 10 bug strikes from this. No? Okay. Maybe because it was a follow-up attack, but that was definitely as the attack was starting. That's... Is that the first Omega that I haven't S-ranked as well? Yeah, that's very true on Phobic, that pickings are slim in that regard, you're right. Yeah, you're right! Style out to get to Undernet 5. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Don't know where to go. Even for the PvE, like, it's not like Folderback is a PvP chip, it's just universally, even in PvE, there are virus encounters where, like, you know, if you don't have the proper resource management, you can essentially lock yourself out of being able to beat them. Such as, like, if something has a life aura, and you only have one... Where am I going? You only have one use of something that's going to break the life aura, you have to manage your resources and you have to land that one hit, otherwise you can't win that fight. But when you have Folderback, you don't have to take that into consideration, you have infinite resources. It's not possible for the opponent to stop Folderback from going off. I'm honestly surprised that Jealousy is not considered a mandatory chip for PvP for that reason, because I think Jealousy is the only thing that can stop the opponent from using Folderback. I don't think that Folderback is immune to Jealousy destroying. So like if you have like Folderback at the end of your hand and then opponent pops Jealousy and you just lose your hand, then oh boy, you've lost your Folderback and now you do have limited resources. It's one of the only like actual counters to that chip coming out. What up, Death Phoenix 77? Is it hard to do the Vast Sword? It depends on your control scheme, is my short answer. I find it very easy to do on keyboard. I say as I miss it. But on controller, I can definitely see people struggling with it. Like, I think the button combo is just very intuitive and comes out pretty easily on keyboard, and it doesn't necessarily come out very easy on controller. I think Rat actually hits the moles. We'll see. We're about to find out. No, I just get hit instead. You wonder why I'm just spamming Invis and Flashman, because it protects you from most of the things that this game can throw at you. Don't have a hyper right yet. I should have taken my air shot first to force them all to come out, because now we're going to wait. But now he's going to get a lesson in the power of Rat. Excuse me. My Tumbly is hungry, apparently. Alright, Drillman. This fucking dickhead. So here we're going to play the challenge of can you beat Drillman before he goes away. With this opening hand though, probably not. He's definitely gonna go away. Fine. Doesn't matter. Does nay matter. So yeah, I'm actually just gonna throw here and try and find another Flashman. Okay. Mash the fuck out my A button. He's a bit spruce, that guy. There we go. Am I where I wanted to be? Oh, no, yeah, while I'm here, good point. Flanman is in Undernet 3. I could see white as being viewed as like hard mode, yeah. The thing is, for just going through the game and completing the base game, it actually has some advantages. Namely that you can buy certain progress lock chips from vendors like Yo-Yo 1, which you need to complete the game. As far as the balance in this game goes, like, I've said this before, but it's ridiculous that Varsword is not a mega chip. That's one of, if someone's going to balance this game, the first thing they need to look at is obviously folder back, and Varsword needs to be a mega chip. And wouldn't you know, in the Tango changes, both of those things have been addressed. Because yeah, they're the absolute most busted things in this game. The fact that you can have 4 Varswords and the fact that folder back is in the game, they both need to change for competitive balance. Yep, full agree. Hard agree. I mean, I may as well just draw whatever because this isn't going to work on this turn. Because, yeah, the rat's just going to try and go for Flammer, which is not what I'm after right now. Excellent. Excuse me. Exactly, yeah. Varsword is stronger than Giga Chips, and you can have 4 of them in the deck. Like, because apparently that's fine. Apparently that's balanced. Excuse me. Oh, no, he's gonna get a lesson in the power of Ram. Lovely. Right. Go mode in secret area. We are almost done. Only the most quote-unquote powerful of these guys left. How many mega chips can you use? 5 in a folder. So I'm using the 4 copies of Flashman, Flashman 1, 2, 3 and 4, and Full Cust. It's very difficult to have a better mega spread than that for this folder. The Flashman archetype. Yeah, I'm just borrowing card game terms. Like, it's an archetype. the Flashman archetype. And then I have Flashman V5 as well, but as we've been saying, folder back is the most disgustingly powerful thing in the game. So when you can have a single Giga Chip, it's always going to be folder back, no exceptions. Except for the gimmick PvP strat I want to play around with, where you can use 2 Giga Chips. So one of them is folder back, and then one of them is not folder back. Actually, this is a shadow, so pass off. So fun fact, like for instance, coming into this fight, if I didn't have copies of Varsword in this folder, this fight would be unwinnable. Flashman and rats and everything else in my folder cannot damage that shadow. It is only damaged by sword attacks, period. Yeah, so in the Tango netplay, Varsword it's a mega chip and its damage is nerfed. It's base 80 damage. Yes, exactly, Ice. If I didn't have Varswords in my folder, I would have had to have lost that fight. That would have been a forced loss. Doesn't really matter what I'm drawing here. Should have used Flashman while he was Aqua Element there, that was silly. A lesson in the power of rank. No, I don't want to get owned. So, you might not like Darkman's design on Phobic, but Darkman is another competitive folder that I do run on BN3 White. Darkman can put out some disgusting damage in PvP if the enemy doesn't have an out for it. Chips with the highest burst damage. So we're talking about multiple hits, right? Beastman is up there if you have Task Mashing. Bubbleman is up there. Darkman is up there. Meteors are up there. Basically, anything that does multi-hits is very up there for burst damage, like in a single time stop window. The, you see my Mega Men's? He cussed with not much in the Navi cust except for fast gauge and custom so that I can draw 10. Want to see the library as well? And got the 200 standard library. Got every chip. And we got every mega chip. And soon we'll have every Giga chip. Only missing Yamato Man, not Japan Man, and then we'll get Alpha Arm for doing Alpha Omega. And almost every PA as well. Yeah, Beastman requires task mashing for the maximum throughput. All of the V5s are Giga chips. They're not good enough to be Giga chips, but all of the V5 Navi chips are considered Giga chips for rarity. Because there's only one copy of them in the game. But yeah, in terms of their power level, they are nowhere near good enough to be Giga chips. None of the Navi chips should be Giga chips. Man, not really getting what I need. Not that I really need anything, but... My favourite Giga in white? Balance is really cool as a concept. Like, I do like the degenerate strategy of have more max HP than the opponent, and then use balance and Muramasa to instant delete them. Like, mathematically, balance plus Muramasa, if your max HP is greater than the opponent, is an instant delete. And that's a really cool, like, gimmick combo. It's not consistent, but it's fun when it fires off. Like, if you resolve it, it's very funny. Balance Druid, of course, yes. You are a fat chicken. POV, you are playing an MMO and you chose to play a fat chicken. Hi, Armin. Dude, you don't have to. You don't play a Boomkin. You don't have to care. Like, whatever. Like, class slander is a staple. We all know this goes on. Come on. Yeah, all the things you could choose to play in this fantasy game, and people choose white human male, fat human. It's so that the average person feels seen. There's fat humans in this game, I feel seen. Oh, I got hit! I'm so bad! Ah! Yeah, why not? Oh, back up. I don't like that. Let's put a stop to that before it starts, please. Yeah, I'd rather not have to deal with backup. Speaking of degenerate abilities, yeah, if you don't have a quick way to burst down Yamato Man, backup is surprisingly nasty, where you're field just infinitely shrinks until you have literally one panel left. It's like area grabbing is seen as the degenerate thing, like, oh, it's so powerful you can area grab and area lock every enemy in the game. And then Yamato Man is the one that can area lock you. And then, surprise, surprise, when you can't move, you don't have very many options. Like, yeah, it demonstrates why area locking is so powerful in this game. Oh, I might not be able to run from this. Oh, okay. Alright, that's fine. I mean, people can say Japan Man if they want, like it's the official English name, but I just think it's the worst localization ever. Like, it's such a dumb name. Alright. The fun ones. Serenade Omega and Bass Omega. The two fights that everyone looks forward to in this game. So that will break the auras. Probably Pepsi Man. Yeah, these things don't mess around. I mean, what am I even thinking about? I've got 2 Flashman chips. Why am I even thinking about what to play this turn? Alpha button. That's not going to break the aura until I can boost it. So we'll do this, yeah. No, alpha viruses cannot drop chips. If you kill them whilst you're using collect, you get no data. Like, with collect you can't get a Zenny drop, so you just get a no data screen. Here we go. Turn 1. Not the best hand, honestly. Don't have any area grabbing stuff. This is what I need. Like, you need area grabbing for Serenade. I don't think, if I use Flashman now, I don't think it does anything for Serenade. Right now. Yeah, doesn't pierce. And that, yeah, that does pierce Invis, so this is actually a semi-dangerous fight. Even with all of my brokenness, this is a semi-dangerous fight. Until I area lock Serenade, it's very losable. And there's my area grabs. I saved, yeah, but I'm not gonna lose. It's just, it's a fight that, it's a good example of a fight where you can lose this if you're not prepared for it. And if you don't know how to dodge the attacks. Okay, I have to go up to dodge this one. The power of Rat. Yep, no S rank because it took me a while to reach my area grabbing chips there. And you just cannot make progress on Serenade until that happens. Unless you want to wait for his airburst attack. And then you get a single hit in and then go straight back to not being able to hit him again. Now, come up to the Big Kahuna, the Big Daddy, everyone's favourite fight in this game. The fight that I wish was infinitely replayable, but you can only do this fight once. Just for the added challenge factor, I'm not going to put custom 1 back in. Let's just roll in with half health, with custom 9. And let's do potentially the hardest fight in the game. Base Omega. Give this guy another lesson in the power of Rat. Not the best hand, but we can deal. I just still haven't got this life aura down. What up, G-Pro? Fast Sword can actually break the life aura from the elect hit. I mean, this isn't a traditional lesson in the power of Rat, but the Rat still succeeds. They did good and bad, G-Pro. Also, welcome to the hardest fight in the game. Okay, so we have a 200 life aura, and this thing is going to regenerate. Yo, BS Panda, thank you very much for the raid, sir. You were streaming, hope you had a nice stream. Welcome to the hardest fight in Batnet 3. Okay, Ooh, hello there. Yep, this fight doesn't fuck around. That might have deleted me if I got hit by that, I'm not entirely sure. Holy shit. Yeah, this fight. This is a fight. Let's re-up invis and then, yeah. Ah, that's... I need a flashman like now. Yep, there's the life aura, so I need to get this down again. Mulligan. Or just dig, rather. Don't have what I need still. Vast Sword will get rid of the aura. Then I need to keep him locked down. I fucked up hard there. I need to stop spaghettiing, like, now. That will remove the aura, so I need to wait for the right time to use this and then re-up my invis. This sucks. No, I want to do it in that order. Yes. That second one is coming down there. Yeah. Re-up my invis. And this Hyper Rat is probably going to have to just go into the aura once it comes back. It missed! Fucking hell! Alright. There's my folder back, finally. So yeah, just bottom deck folder back. Alright, now we're fucking cooking. Now we are cooking. Suffering for success. I see you got hit by the Dan ban. Don't worry, we all do it. Just don't do it more than once. That should be game. The aura doesn't come back like now. Ah! Ah! God, I spaghettied it twice. That's fine though. There we go. Damageless base Omega. And I really had to be careful on more than one instance there of not getting just hit by a massive attack. Couple of spots where I was caught with my invis down and had to actually avoid the gospel cannon. So yeah, even when you're playing with a completely degenerate folder and can blast through everything, you still need to know how the bosses behave and how to actually dodge attacks. Because when you get caught in those moments, you still die really fucking quick. So let's confirm if I have my 6th star. I should. There it is. only thing remaining in this game is PA library completion, and then Alpha Omega is open. So, alright, I need to catch my chat as well. Oh man. Your G-Pro, I know you're not like attending SGDQ this year, but you're still gonna be in the area, right? Is that still happening? That you might like come up and hang out for a bit? I'd really like to still be able to see you. Oh, you're not, man? Oh, what? I'm not coming to SGDQ then. I don't even care. No, I still am, but that sucks. I mean, if you're working, yeah, it's something you can't really help. Like, I understand. But very much looking forward to seeing you next year, if that can happen. For sure. So, the only thing that's standing between going to the final boss of the game is that I need to form these three. Z, Yo-Yo, 1 through 3. I already have the mats for Z3, and I need to form Evil Cut. This is the big stopgap. I do not have the chips to form this, and I can't get the chips to form this unless someone trades with me. I need a step cross P to form this. I cannot progress until I get this chip. I need to farm the chips for Yo-Yo 1 and 2 as well, but like I could get those fairly quickly, but I cannot progress onto the final boss until I get Step Cross P to form Evil Cut. So any Team BN folks who are hanging out who did Alpha Omega, if you've got something to hook me up, I would greatly appreciate it. Because I can't complete the game right now. I'm not in go mode to go to the final boss. I think I heard about NASA being cancelled as well. Yeah. Stuff like that. Stuff just sucks all over. I don't know if I got a P, Terra, unless I've missed a BMD somewhere. Where is Step Cross P normally? Because the one you get from the number trader isn't... Blue has it in under 4 shop. Did I seriously miss that? Let's go find out. I may have just not picked that up. Yeah, we're nearly in go mode, Armin, just not quite. How much is any doing? Yeah, I've got more than enough. I just wasn't entirely sure how much Zenny I actually had, because I know that I entered the Omega Navis after I had just enough Zenny to buy the Mega Chips required. May as well stop for the untrap, why not? It's gonna be Zenny, it's here. So that's an example of what I mean about stopping to do all the optional stuff. I've done all of the security cubes. I've beaten like every beta navi, every fucking thing that I can fight in this game, basically. The only thing that I have not done is the Omega viruses for the virus breeder. The one thing I didn't... Alright. Okay. Alright. This is... Borderline Go mode. So I'm going to do this in a slightly easier comp. How many bug frags do you need to buy everything? Over 1,000. The bug frag limit, I believe, is 999. Or it might go over into 4 digits, but if it goes to 3 digits and you can carry 999, that's not enough to buy everything. I mean, Unphobic, I don't know about saying like a 6th person is gonna stay, like, I think it's already, we're already like over capacity with 5 in the room, dude. I don't know about that. I don't know is the short answer. But it's managing, like... We can talk about it. I mean, I'm on stream right now. We can talk about it. Actually, what the... I have all the other I already had all the codes necessary. LMNOP, QRST. I already had the codes that I needed. So, alright. Whatever. We'll do it like that. We'll do it with that. And I need to do yo-yos as well. Yo-yo 3. LMNO. And then I need to get a couple of yo-yo 1 and 2s. Yeah, we can talk about it after stream, for sure. And is there no one else you know that's going that you know you'd like to room with, Jeeper? I'm using folder 1, sure. God, I'm starting to feel flustered, like, knowing that I'm actually about to do this. I'm actually about to... First couple of days playing this and gonna actually finish the game and get Alpha Omega done. Like, this is... I've always viewed this as like a fucking monolithic task in gaming. Like, this is a big game to go in on and 100% and... Wow. Actually approaching the finish line this early, with this few hours clocked in. All because the folks at Team BN are absolute troopers and people like Tero are good enough to help me out. Like, guys, seriously, if you like the Battle Network games, please check out Team BN and the content they have to offer. There's a big speedrunning community for the Battle Network games. People who are passionate about these games know a hell of a lot about these games. If you want to see more Battle Network speedrunning content, there is not a better place to go than twitch.tv/TeamBN and the Team BN server, MNO, and all of the people involved with Team BN. Mega Master, what's going on, dude? We're almost there, dude. Almost there. This game released on Friday. Doing Alpha Omega. We're fucking doing it. PQR. All I need is Z Yo-Yo 1, Z Yo-Yo 2, and Alpha Omega is open. I hope that counted, because I didn't use the chip. I still had Z Yo-Yo. Style change. Because why not? Team. I'll have Team as my second style for now. Well, no. No, I do not want to overwrite. I'm not going to mess around with it right before I go into Alpha Omega. Fuck that. I'm not fucking with that. Okay, all I need is Z Yo-Yo 1, Z Yo-Yo 2. We're fucking doing it! Let's go! I think 3 has multiple. I believe I can hold 2, but I'm just right at this moment when I'm about to reach Alpha Omega, I don't want to take the risk and mess around with it. And yeah, if anyone wants to like link Team BN stuff, like the Discord, the Twitch, please link it in here. Please do. Do it now!
Come on, do it now! This is fucking happening, dude. Those aren't yo-yos. What are those? Those aren't yo-yos. Those aren't yo-yos either! It's rigged! Oh, it's in N1 folder B. I'm bad. Again, if you want to know things in this game, don't listen to me. Listen to T-Terra-J42, the guy who knows fucking everything. Thanks, Terra. Now, the only question that remains. Which NPC gives folder B? I think it's this guy. It's that guy. And I'm not doing it in that comp, because as soon as I go into that comp, you know what I'm going to encounter? Fucking Drillman Beta. And it's like, oh, here's my shitty extra folder. It does indeed. Oh yeah, because it's got a asterisk. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. There you go, guys. Team BN Discord server. Get your Sen in there if you're interested in Bat.net. There is no better place on the internet to be in than Team BN. And like, I'm gonna say it. People generally don't like hearing this, but I'm gonna say it. You know, there's all these speedrunning communities that, you know, they've been known to have an issue with toxicity from time to time. No such thing exists in Team BN. I have never. Maybe I just don't pay attention, but I've never seen a whiff of toxicity and all that shit in Team BN. We're just happy that people like these games. We're just happy that people are playing Bat.net. Oh yeah, the sandy sand stops that from working. So, the final stretch. The final thing is Z-Yo-Yo 2. I know where I can fight some yo-yo shaped things. There's a little area called Undernet 3. Terra's probably going to come out with a more efficient area, but I know for a fact that you find yachts fairly frequently in Undernet 3, or yurts, or whichever one. The Yo-Yo 2s, they appear a lot in Undernet 3. And then as soon as I use that thing in battle, I will have... Oh no, I still need to do pre-power. Okay, it's appropriate that the final PA that I'm going to make is pre-power. Also, I've just realised that I still... It wasn't Z-Step that I was trying to make, it was Evil Cut. So, okay, so I'm going to make Z-Yo-Yo 2, then I'm going to make Evil Cut, then I'm going to make Pre-Power, which I think is a pretty fitting progression of program advances. I need to reinstall Press. Oh, it's still installed. I don't know what's fucking going on, dude. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm doing. Simpleton, what's up, dude? I don't fucking know what's going on. I'm just pressing buttons. All I ever do in video games is press buttons. It's all... Video games, all it is pressing the right buttons at the right time. I've been saying this in WoW over and over for the people who can't, like, pass 99s, get the pinks, they can't do all the mechanics, and if people are like, what am I doing wrong? At the end of the day, the answer is, you're just not pressing the right buttons at the right time. That's all it is. If you can press the right buttons at the right time, you'll do the mechanics correctly, you'll kill the boss, you'll get world record, you'll get a PD, anything you want. As long as you press the right buttons at the right time, you'll do it. It's all it is. All you need to do. Your fingers go on the pad, on the keyboard, whatever you're playing on, and as long as you play it correctly,
It happens. All it is. But me, I'm not pressing the right buttons right now. I'm only pressing some of the buttons. And sometimes that's not good enough. I'm heat, so I don't have to care about lava panels. But apparently the fire can still hurt me. That is correct, G-Pro. Yes. It's also RNG. Like, winning real life is RNG manip. Because it's all RNG, but if you can manip the RNG and talk to the right people at the right time, that sort of thing. So it's RNG manip. So I only have yo-yo to H. So anything around the H. Let's go to the notes. The notes. I can chip order J. So ideally, I just need an I. Would be the ideal one. So let's get a collect in here. I'd like to... What? That... Whatever. There's probably a more elegant way to arrange this so that I can have a custom one, but it's not exactly worth worrying about right now. We might also get one more instance of soft resetting for a good encounter. You never know. It's possible. I think you should shut the fuck up, Gray. Well, unfortunately for you, Unphobic, and for everyone, debatably, Christian is out of prison. And then we got all of the Twitter memes of people posting a screenshot of Sephiroth saying, "Out of my way, I'm going to see my mother." Yay, funny joke. So funny jokes! Really glad for that. Oh, here we go, 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 here we go. So I've already got H, was the one I've got. H-I-J-A-L, yeah. J's the one that I can chip order. Still, progress, progress. Hit me. Come on, hit me! That's not a yet. In fact, yeah, if I can soft reset for a yurt encounter, I should go for something that's not a J, because I can just go to the chip order, the J. Okay, this is a possible. Hit me, please, so that I can play with the ranks. I would love just some food in general. I haven't been eating very much since this game came out, surprisingly enough. I haven't spent a lot of time eating. Imagine that. Okay, so this is guaranteed to be a Yo-Yo 2. But what code do we get for a 8 rank? This is it. This is fucking it. This is go mode. It's been real, guys. And Very grateful to everyone who's stuck around, who's been watching. I did not think at the start of this session that I would actually finish the game in this session. Because bear in mind, I started this session like at the start of Postgame, effectively. I had my standard library completed so that I could go to Serenade, and I've done everything else over the last 6 hours. Again, in big part thanks to Terra's help and cooperation. Thank you so much, Terra. So, it's... Step Sword and Hero Sword that I need for Evil Cut. Oh. Get out of here, dude. Oh yeah, because I was doing Master Style earlier. And... where's my team chips? This is it. This is it. This should be the last encounter before Alpha Omega. I'm still using my folder one. It's not the last encounter before Alpha Omega. Oh, this is fucking it. Holy shit. I'm so excited. I'm so fucking hyped right now. Just sort through my trash. Dig towards the chips that I need. Step cross, step sword, step cross, hero sword. Does not form... Oh, I think it's you need to put hero sword in the middle. Okay, we'll take another encounter. Silly. Folder back was nerfed very severely in Tango. It only recycles a certain number of chips now, and it is a one-time use. It does not recycle itself. HIJ. So I am going to take another encounter here because I want to make pre-power the last one that I use. I'm going to just double check the... Yeah, it's step sword, hero sword, step cross. That's really dumb, considering it doesn't follow the listed library order, but whatever. Step sword, hero sword, step cross. Glenn, what's up, dude? Glenn, we're doing it. We're doing it. This is it. This is it. I'm making the last 2 program advances before I go into Alpha Omega. It's fucking go mode, dude. Dude, like, my brain is, like, fucking not even working properly. What up, Sonicu Star? Man, everyone's turning out. This is fucking awesome. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I need to remember that I can't just chuck the team chip. I need that for pre-power. Oh, please just give me what I need. There can't be that many chips left in the folder at this point. Still digging. We're fucking bottom decking. The game knows that this is the end and it's making me bottom deck. It's making me bottom deck something rotten. Holy shit. How can this still... Wow. It's floating around somewhere. There we go. Step sword, hero sword, step cross. And there's my team 1 as well. So on this turn, evil cut. On next turn, free power. But that's fine. Here we go. Team 1, Team 2, Kingman. Program advance. Free power. And it's fucking finished. Return to title screen to see all 7 fucking stars. Which means Alpha Omega is open. Is waiting to get fucked up. For once in his life, Terra is wrong. There was not 5. It's the only time that Terra has been known to be wrong about something. Final checks. Because I don't need that shit. I do need this shit. Yeah, it's purple drank. It's in white, it's green drank. It's not very nice. Use folder. Not even fighting these chocolate fucks for old time's sake. We're going straight in to the final boss. And this fight, I mean, it's not going to be, like, I'm not going to wipe, but it is going to be more awkward than it needs to be, specifically because I do not have Plasma in the deck. Plasma breaks the barrier down very quickly. But, here we go. I've done this fight before, but this is the first time I have ever shown myself doing this fight to an audience. First we have base. Really shitty, underpowered version of base that's just going to get bodied. Yeah, I don't know, G-Pro. I don't know. I don't rightly know. Ooh, Mr. Barsword. How about that? Wait for him to start his airburst so we can just interrupt it. You know what? Just for... Since this is the end, we're gonna watch the cutscene. We're gonna watch the cutscene. And then base gets floored. Battle routine set. Execute. Alpha Omega. 3,000. $3,000 dues. So, start of this fight is not going to be very elegant. Barrier gone. Start damage. Okay. No, I don't get the bottom panel. I thought I did. But it might have been in the way. Okay. Either way, it's fine. That's fine. 100 damage is honestly less than expected to take in this fight. Get my invis up. Get air shoes up as well. I think we're going to end this by giving him a lesson in the power of Rat. Ah, no! I'm going to get a lesson in the power of regenerating fucking auras. Alright, less of this. Fuck that. Alright. Didn't even get to see most of Alpha's attacks. And again, well, this is the end, so let's actually enjoy the story and the resolution for once. This is legit a really... I mean, obviously spoilers, like, come on, but there are spoilers, but I really do like the ending to this game, and it's genuinely quite touching and somewhat heartbreaking. You also get one of the best themes in the game, which you rarely get to hear outside of this ending sequence. The theme called Wiping Tears. Now for the classic Mega Man fans. Does this character look a bit familiar to you? Just realised that the webcam will be covering like some of the dialogue, but you know, most of it's mostly visible. And if you were doing a speed run, this is time. It is not chore, this is chode. I'll retract my praise for now. Chod's dad is a chode as well. in order to make get along better with humans. So they didn't fix that typo. You mean for this route, for 100% in the game, Mega Man Dragonoid? If you want notes and guides for this, definitely check out TeamBN. Twitch.tv/TeamBN and the TeamBN Discord server. If someone wants to link it again, please feel free to link it. TeamBN is your best stop for information on this game.
fucking gag. God, what a journey. Love this credit sequence as well. So dumb.
Watch dead on 20 hours. I think that's the default screenshot key, right? For Steam, F12 something? Either way. Jeez. And no, you two are now banned. You two are no longer mods. Don't ever say that again! Oh man though. Yep, that is it. Congratulations, thank you for your super play. And that is Battle Network 3. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I'm going to see if anyone is on with this nonsense themselves, especially Team BN folks, if there's anyone who needs some love as they're doing this. Okay, so I don't see BN3, but I see BN4, and although I fucking hate BN4, I want to show solidarity. Team BN is great, everyone in Team BN is great, and people who play BN4 in Team BN, they also deserve support. So in a show of solidarity, that it's all about supporting the homies, we're going to go and see Erythor, who is doing Duo Omega in BN4, which is an even bigger undertaking than Alpha Omega in BN3. So please join me in showing some support to my guy Erythor. BN4 is a fun watch. I don't particularly find it a fun play, but it's still a fun watch. And you know, it's more BN goodness. So thank you all very much for joining. I'll be back sometime with PvP stuffs in this game, but for now, let's go and see Erythor playing BN4. Thank you all so much, and I'll see you later.